Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen.
Grüezi chess fans, and welcome to the Biel International Chess Festival, the first big international tournament to be held over the board since the start of the coronavirus crisis and the end of the candidates tournament. Today we will be seeing the third round of the Classical Grandmaster tournament, where we have a clear leader in Poland's Radoslav Voyasek, but he is only 1 point ahead of Vincent Keimer, the 15-year-old from Germany, and he is only half a point ahead of Michael Adams, who is a further half point ahead of Pentala Hari Krishna from India. So these four are very, very close together. There's a small gap, but significant, between them and Arkady Naiditsch on 10.5, and then a significant gap down to Romain Edouard and David Anton, and in last place, the local lad, Noel Studer. So today's round, we'll have some big games. In particular, Vincent Keimer up against Arkady Naiditsch. Keimer coming off a loss yesterday. Naiditsch, well, he managed to draw, and he's certainly in the running around here. Keimer, well, is just 1 point off the pace. He's got the white pieces again. His main rival, Voyasek, has the white pieces, but against Michael Adams, that's a rather trickier task. So Keimer against Naiditsch, they've never played with these colours. Naiditsch with the white pieces did beat Keimer in one game, but this will be a different matter. And of course, the colours certainly make a difference. Now, Voyasek and Adams have played many times. A very small advantage to Voyasek. He has with the white pieces, he has a 2.5, 1.5 advantage, and he did win their most recent encounter in 2017 when Adams has been white. They've just played 2 draws. The next game that is coming up is Edouard against Anton. And Edouard, well, both of them really need a win. They've never played with these colours, but when Anton had white, they played a draw in a Bundesliga game back in 2015. So really not played very often. And finally, Hari Krishna against Studer. And you might think that this was a bit one-sided with Hari Krishna, the top seed, against Studer, the bottom seed. But in fact, their score with Hari Krishna having white is 1-1. Although Hari Krishna won in Gibraltar in 2018, Studer defeated the Indian in 2019 in the Swiss Teams Championship. So that may not be the may not be the walkover that perhaps ratings would indicate. So that should be well, an interesting encounter. Studer was very ambitious yesterday, nearly won, nearly lost, and ultimately made a draw with Edouard. It was, yeah, it was definitely showing that Studer can play at this level. Now, the Biel Chess Festival, been going for 53 years, featured many of the top players in the world. It only has players from the top 30 this year. A lot of the top 10 guys and top 20 guys are busy playing in the League of Legends tournament that's going on via the internet. And of course, some could not play because they're involved in the online Olympiad, although it seems as if for the top teams, that's not going to clash with this event. But FIDE announced the dates of that quite late, and Biel's dates had been set for a long time, but of course no one was completely sure that Biel was going to take place. So we'll have a very quick intro now, I think, and then we'll go into the games. The players are all at the boards and ready to go. So here we go. And here we have the 4 pairs of players, and they're just getting started. They're playing in the concert hall of the Biel Congress House. Alongside them, there is an open tournament, but one with special COVID regulations. Of course, the players here have special COVID regulations, but as minimal as possible to inconvenience the players, though it is noticeable that they've been requested not to walk around if possible, unless they really have to. So they're going to stay fairly glued to the board. And also, of course, there's a plexiglass panel between them so that they tend not to breathe on each other. And so far, it seems to have worked well. Of course, there's lots of cleaning and hand washing and that sort of thing going on, but ultimately it seems as if they've got a formula whereby top tournaments can take place. There are more onerous problems in the open tournament. No, well, problems is probably not the right word, but the players are further apart with no barrier between them. About 30% of them are wearing masks, and they perhaps well, more socially distanced than the players in the Grandmaster event. So let's take a look at our first game, I guess, and that will be between Kamer and Nidic. And actually, we don't have a lot of action at the moment. Nidic has to choose his system, and he decided to go for a King's Indian. And after G6, Studer decided, well, Knight C3, D5 might be a Grinfeld. Maybe he's thinking about that. So G3. And it's still completely possible here to play D5 with black and get a Neo Grinfeld. But so, for example, if you play D5, take, you can go E4, and we can go Knight B4. And there's various points to this. If you try a queen check, we can play the other knight to C6, and it turns out that D5 doesn't work very well. And if you play Knight E2 here, then bishop takes pawn, steals the pawn. Still not a huge advantage for black, but it's annoying. So instead of that, we just got a King's Indian with castles, and now Knight C3. So there is no D5 anymore. Black can choose a C5 plan with G3 Benoni, or he can just go D6 and play for E5 as you'd normally expect. And he went D6. Sorry, D6. So Knight F3 and C6. Now this is a sneaky little move. The idea is often to play, sorry, I've lost this, C6. The idea is often to play queen a5 and queen h5, and you tend to have to be fairly accurate to prevent that. So to try and neutralize queen a5, white went e4 immediately. Now, queen a5 is still possible. One of the points of this line is after queen a5, you can think about e5, but castles is almost certainly better. And now if queen h5, you play e5, pawn takes, knight takes. And these endings are a little bit better for white, certainly not anything simple for black. There is a knight g4 move, but a knight takes knight is very unclear, but knight f3 appears to be simply a bit better for white. The knight on f3 can't be dislodged, and we can go h3 and g4 at some point. So this this theory seems to be a bit better for white. The only problem is whether white has committed himself too quickly. So bishop g4 is definitely a possibility to get rid of that. But in a lot of those lines, you want to be able to play e5 and jump your knight into d4, but your pawn on c6 covers the knight c6, so it's not so easy to get complete control over that d4 square. So bishop g4 is one option, and I'm fairly sure black can safely play e5 here too. It's not really a pawn sacrifice, but it's a different form of King's Indian position. So either way, Knight is having a bit of a think. It's not quite the move order that he expected, and we'll have to switch to another game. So we will go to, well, the leader, Radoslav Voyasek, up against Michael Adams. And that one has had a lot more moves than I've got, I have to admit. So let's see what went on here. It was, let's see, just e6, c4, sorry, c4, e6, knight f3, inviting a Queen's Indian, but Adams is always more likely to play a Queen's Gambit. So knight c3, bishop e7, knight c3, bishop e7, and bishop f4. So this system has become almost equally popular to bishop g5. It's hard to know exactly why. Certainly Anand winning a game with it in a world championship match against Carlsen didn't hurt, but it just is not as well analyzed as bishop g5, I guess. The bishop g5 systems, you could go back 100 years to world championship matches, and you'd be seeing game after game with this sort of opening. So bishop f4 is at least more interesting. So castles, e3, and now knight bd7. So at first sight, it looks like knight b5 might be something, but it really isn't. There's a bishop b4 check, and there's knight e8 if you absolutely need it. So nothing scary about that at all. Here, if you want, you can try for c5 and play that sort of position with b4, but white just prefers to keep some pieces on the board. The risk is, of course, after you play bishop e2, and in fact it happened that d takes c4 will be annoying because the bishop's already moved, and well, he didn't actually take back immediately. Castled first, not that it makes terribly much difference. c5, pawn takes, bishop takes, I suppose. No, he took with the knight. And bishop takes pawn. Queen takes, and rook f takes d1. So we've had a position like this in the tournament already, I think in the rapid tournament. And really it's a question of whether that bishop on c8 can develop easily. Now, Adams played b6 without much thought, and Voyasek threw the knight in on e5. Well, that would seem to just encourage bishop b7, but after bishop b7, there isn't a plan that can be quite annoying, and that is to play f3 and try to play e4, and keeping the bishop on b7 under control, and also stopping any knight d5 that might be quite good. And right now, yeah, there's some awkward spots for those pieces. I mean, f3 already probably threatens b4, winning well, not winning a piece, but sending the knight to a6, and then after a3, you've got an offside knight and a not very great bishop on b7 either. So Yeah, the only thing I'm wondering about is whether there's an annoying rook c8 that could come in, but I don't think that's going to win anything. So after f3, black's got to find a plan, and that's the hard bit. Of course, you can put a rook on the d file, but you can get squeezed after e4, and it could be quite difficult to dislodge white. Now, there's other moves like knight h5 here after f3, and then I'd like to go knight d7, but I'm not sure that's working. It probably isn't, because you can probably take on f4 and then take on d7 and go bishop c5 check. So knight h5 looks critical here. And I don't have an easy move. Although, is knight d7 working? That's another question. So if knight f4, I might be able to take on f8, and that could work. So you have to take on d7 first. Well, you don't actually have to take on d7. So maybe you could play rook d8 here. But because there's no bishop c7 at the moment. So that knight c5, bishop c5, and that feels quite good. Maybe bishop g5 works, but I'm not sure about that. So yeah, actually you can't play f3. Oh, he has played f3, okay. So knight h5 is critical now. Let's go back. He hasn't played it yet. The only other thing I can think of is a b4 move. But I'm not sure about the point. Because after knight a6, if I go a3, you probably take on f4 and could even, then there might be a rook d7. I'm not sure about that. Not sure at all. And certainly taking on a6 and knight c6 does nothing after bishop f6. So that's not a great idea unless you, well, if you could pull back with bishop e5 and you'd have absolutely nothing. So knight h5, well, it was definitely all preparation here. They're playing extremely fast, but I'll be interested to see what Voyasek has against knight h5. Of course, he's incredibly well prepared. He worked as a second for Anand in many World Championship matches, and he's able to use novelties that were not used in those title matches if he's lucky enough. And here, I'm not sure. Well, this may be a leftover from the 2014 match against Carlsen, for example, but it's got to be something tactical, because if you're allowed to play knight takes f4 for free, then black should be at least equal. So still no knight h5. And I don't quite get that. Well, you do have rook d8 if you want to. So if you're willing to suffer a bit more, then rook d8, allow e4, and just play chess. And Adams is at last thinking here, and we'll okay, we'll have a quick look at the two other games. Edouard against Anton. And it's a queen c2 Nimzo Indian with e4, one of the really sharp lines. So at any moment, black can take on c3 and force you to take with the pawn, but white's pawn center is still decent. This is, if you like, the critical variation, but no one's really found an antidote to d5, e5, knight e4, bishop d3, and c5. And this has been very, very heavily analyzed, and really hard to find a good way to play d3. Yeah, there's plenty of pawn sack ideas here from black, but okay, knight f3 is the simplest, takes, and knight d7. And here, if you're not careful here, you can even be worse in some positions. So taking on e4, pawn takes, queen takes e4. I believe, well, you've probably got a few moves, but knight c5 looks actually pretty good already, because the knight on d4 is a bit exposed. But yeah, bishop f4 looks more natural. But then there's this very annoying queen h4, g3, queen h5. And once again, white can go pawn grabbing, but you're liable to get knocked around a lot. So Edouard is having a good think here. And one more game we haven't looked at, which is Hari Krishna against Studer. And this was a Nimzo Indian defense with e3 and with a quick d5 by Studer. And bishop d2, again, we've seen something like this already this tournament, takes, bishop d3, bishop d7, castles, bishop d6 immediately. This was Vincent Kamer's game from round 1, where he beat Anton. And Anton played knight bd7, and then after rook c1, he didn't play rook e8, and he played a6, and he got a rather poor position. And here, bishop d6 is being played immediately. So if knight b5, I presume he's going to play bishop e7, and then a6 or c6, and send it back. So queen c2 played. That way, knight b5 is a genuine threat. And here, if a6, I presume knight e5 is going to happen anyway. So, okay, that's our 4 games. And we've got our reporter on the spot, Dina Belenkaya, ready to join us. So, Dina, what's the news from the playing hall?
Hello, Yin. Hello, everyone, first of all. And yeah, so far, everything seems to be pretty quiet on the playing hall, in the playing area. We are expecting to have a second of Noel Studer here with us in the live studio about 3:05. He will share with us some insights and his point of view on the current situation of the boards. Yes, so you all know that there are here special rules about the safety. Ian has told you about them. What can I add is that the organizers are making a lot of effort actually to make it all work, and so far none of the players seem to complain. We will have to face one more challenge during the blitz part of our triathlon, which will be on Saturday, just before the next rest day, which is on Sunday, yes. So on Saturday, we will play the Blitz tournament. And here we do not have the exact solution, yes, whether the players, for sure, they will not be able to play with the same barrier as they do play here, the plastic barrier, as you can see, all of you on the video cam of the playing hall. Some of them are ready to play with the masks, others are not. So this remains a kind of a tricky point that we shall discuss, that we shall come up with the solution with very soon. Yes.
What do you think? Will it be masks, you think?
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure that it will be masks, but it's true that not so easy to find the solution that would be best for everyone, because blitz time control is about very fast games, yes, and with having 2 seconds on the clock, you cannot really make that move in time unless you sit pretty close to each other, and especially pretty close to the clock. Yes, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be very, very curious to see how the things shall go on.
Was it discussed at the technical meeting with the players?
Yes, partly it was discussed on the technical meeting, and I know that the chief arbiter, who we already had an interview with, by the way, that you can also find on our YouTube channel soon, still was about to find the best solution for this format. Yes, but we do have time, so nothing to worry about as well.
Right. And have the players any particular requirement to take COVID tests or anything like that during the tournament?
No, there are actually no tests taking place, and the situation so far seems to be very calm actually here in Switzerland. I can I can confirm that almost no one is wearing masks in the streets, in the shops, and so on. No one is wearing a mask, not even the working personnel. I guess they are only obliged to do that in the medical institutions and hairdressers, but that's pretty much it. We do see a lot of players wearing masks in the Corona amateur tournaments, but I guess it's more about self-awareness and the way to contribute to the safety of the tournament on the whole. And we are about to have the Swiss Youth Championship as well, being starting soon in the upcoming days. And this will be also interesting because right now we have around 130 participants in the Corona Amateur Open. We also have 8 players from the Grandmaster tournament. We have all the organizing committee, but starting from the Swiss Championship, we are expecting to have way more people. And the interesting fact about the organization here is that the players, so young players, will be in the same sport, in the same Congress Center where I am right now, but they will not connect with each other in any way. So those players will have their separate entrance, their separate playing hall, and their separate playing area, which requires water closet and, well, I guess not much of a smoking area because these are youth championships, at least I hope so. But yeah, so far, very interesting to observe from the organization perspective. And I'm pretty sure that we are having a lot of spectators as organizers of other events, other big tournaments who are hoping to get their tournaments maintained as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so I can also remind you the format of the tournament. We are having here a triathlon tournament, which is pretty much the same chess format as we had last year here in Biel 2019. The winner will have the highest number of points that he takes out of 3 disciplines: classical chess, rapid chess, and blitz. And all these 3 separate tournaments contribute to the one final score. We did have another discipline the very first day, as you remember. It was chess 960, but it was not the part of the triathlon.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's really hard to know how the blitz tournament's going to go because that's 14 rounds. So being good at blitz is going to be quite important in this event.
Especially, yes, absolutely. And I remember well from the last year, we did have a lot of surprises and even some dramas during that the blitz part of the event.
Yeah. So what stood out for you with the blitz last time?
I cannot remember something that concrete, but I remember the emotions, and they were pretty much very spectacular.
Yeah, and but ultimately it didn't seem to matter. The same players dominated the classical and the rapid, more or less the same players, and the blitz. So it's
Indeed,
yeah. Sorry, go on.
In any case, this year will be particular, I'm pretty sure, because they will. We will see. I shall not give you more details right now, in order to leave you with some suspicion.
Or suspense.
Suspense.
Indeed.
Thank you. Yeah.
So the games have got to the point where the players are having a long think, and yeah, not too much action at the moment. So have you had a chance to talk to the players socially away from the board a bit?
Yes, we did have a chance to talk to them a little, and in particular, Michael Adams joined us for the game analysis yesterday, which was an offline interview. And after that, I asked him a couple of questions. And the one particular thing that interested me was that he mentioned that here in Switzerland, the situation is way more positive than in UK, and they both him and his wife are feeling way better and safer here in Switzerland. But yeah.
So do you think there might be a new strong member of the Swiss Olympiad team? He might stay until the pandemic's over.
I will ask him this one. That's an interesting thing. And we are also expecting his wife joining us tomorrow for the live interview, and I'm pretty sure she will be able to give us even more details on this topic.
Indeed, yeah. And you also talked to some of the, most of the other players yesterday, and none of them had any sort of complaints about the plexiglass or anything like that, or the requirements. They were all comfortable with everything.
Not at all, actually.
That's wonderful.
And yeah, and we also I can say that for example, Grandmaster Arkady Nadic was the one who joined us on the very last moment, as we are expected to have Salem Saleh coming here, and he was denied to take the plane when he arrived at the airport back in his country. So we had to find the last player, the 8th player on the very last moment. And yeah, Arkady got this proposal from the organizers, and he was pretty much happy about it. He was lucky to find the direct flight to get to Switzerland on the next day. Yes, that's why he did not participate in Chess 960, but it did not affect on his triathlon results so far. Because I guess right now for these players, being able to participate in the over-the-board tournament is something like a holiday. It's really a special occasion, and most of them really enjoy the games, enjoy playing the games, and do not even expect to have any concrete result, any high result. They just want to feel how it is, because yeah, it's been, I guess it's been 6 months for most of them, and Radoslav Voyasek said that his last tournament was back in December, which means that his break from over-the-board chess was even bigger.
Well, the interesting thing for me is the atmosphere, because with the last tournament that finished, the last big tournament that finished was the candidates, and even before it was closed down, everyone was saying in the press conference, "I don't want to be here. This is horrible. Stop it, please." And well, maybe not everyone, but many of the players. So it was a very negative vibe around the candidates tournament, and of course Timur Radjabov withdrew before it even started. So it seems like a few months away from chess, and people are no longer scared. But I suspect also the fact that it's Switzerland, and Biel in particular seems to be very safe in COVID sense.
Yes, absolutely. And I have to admit that the atmosphere here is absolutely opposite on the one that was in Yekaterinburg back in March. But I also think that it is somehow related to the social situation currently, because back in March, all the world was in panic. Now it's been 4 months. We already live with this situation. We live this virus, and we all of us now understand that life continues, life goes on, and we need to find the way how to continue our job. But the world cannot just stop for a year and do not do anything, and especially chess players as any other professional athletes.
Well, I'm afraid there's a lot of sports that have completely stopped and have to stop. So we're in a way lucky to be able to get going, I suspect. And chess feels as if it's a relatively dangerous game because you're sitting opposite someone for many hours. And so you really need to get your precautions right and your venue right. For example, I can't imagine the candidates being happy to resume in Ekaterinburg at the moment. It just wouldn't feel safe again.
Yes, absolutely. And I guess the difference between other sports is that there are some pros and cons, but right now, I guess such sports as football or tennis, they can just continue the training session because they can train outdoors. The time also is summertime is a good one for this. Chess players, indeed, they have to face each other on the same board, on the same place inside place. But at the same time, we do have online chess, and during these last 3 months, we could continue to train, while those who need fields and background grounds to train, they could not.
Indeed, but I don't think online chess is the same, and it's also simply not really a viable method of competing, simply because the sophistication of the computer assistants. You know, when you can set a computer program for human mode so that it doesn't get picked up by the detectors. You've lost your any chance of stopping people who, if they really want to cheat. So it's online chess is all fine for playing for fun, but in terms of competition, unless you've got some setup like the Legends tournament that's going on with only a few players and all sorts of other precautions, I actually think that it's completely possible the online Olympiad might turn out to be a real wake-up call about online chess.
Well, I guess it was Dvorkovich who said that at this live moment we can only trust the elite players on their honest play, and otherwise you cannot trust. That's what he said.
How can he be so sure?
All right, let bring me to you another way. What I meant previously was that even we chess players did not have the opportunity to compete, we still did have our usual routine to train. While when we compare other sports that need to use the equipment, that need to play the team sports, need to be in the inside gym or any inside ground, they could not. So I'm pretty sure chess players did not lose that much out of this.
Well, except we just don't know when the mass of people can play safely. For example, a lot of chess clubs have fairly restricted space, not a lot of money, and lots of old players. So it's really difficult to see when chess life, all of chess life, not just elite tournaments like Biel, can return to normal. It's really hard to know. And of course, some countries will be able to return more easily than others. I'm sure a tournament in New Zealand right now would be completely safe, but it couldn't invite foreign players, and there are many countries where people just wouldn't travel to play. In fact, even the traveling is somewhat risky. So it's really hard to see how the chess professionals who travel from tournament to tournament can get their life back.
In this case, let us hope that thanks to Biel Chess Festival and the organizers of this event, this can show the world that the over-the-board chess is coming back. It is possible to organize tournaments and learn from their experience.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, it's a very, very encouraging sign that there is an open tournament that is trying out something new. But of course, it's also Switzerland. So maybe what Michael Adams was hinting at is you just couldn't hold something like that in England at the moment. There would be too many people either worried about playing, or you might have health authorities regarding it as just not safe. So in Switzerland, you can have 1,000 people, I think, now after June 22nd.
Yeah, I have the information that was before the tournament, which was 300 people.
300 was June the 6th, and then I think, yeah, and a few weeks later they moved it to 1,000. You still can only have 4 in a restaurant, I believe, which will be rather difficult for the closing banquet, I suppose. But yeah, there's still some restrictions, but they're minimal here. But yeah, it's I guess it's a little bit like you know, when Djokovic tried to run a series of tournaments, you know, all the right intentions, but it just wasn't quite the right time. And there will be some countries, I guess, that just cannot hold open tournaments for quite a while.
We shall see. We shall hope. That's the most. It's
Yes,
the most
indeed.
important. It's like in life, in the chess. So that's my personal opinion. Is to remain positive.
Indeed. Yep. So let's see how the games are going. And in our game between Edouard and who is he playing? Anton. This one is, well, a really sharp line, and apparently it's been played quite a bit by Vachel Krav recently. We still haven't had a move after Queen H5, which is rather strange because this is more or less the main line, and the crazy main line here goes something like castles G5 takes on D5. And then after you take on F4, taking on E6, something like that. Now, I think more recently, Black has been taking back on D5 and regarding this position as different, but yeah, you need to have prepared this extremely well to play it, and that includes white. So I really wonder what Romain is thinking about here, because either you go into this crazy sharp line with starting with E4 on move 5, you chose the territory, and then you're not continuing with the sharp stuff. Now, it's conceivable it's a bluff. Yeah, he's yeah, you could take on D5 first instead of castling. It doesn't seem to make any difference at all. But to spend 24 minutes on this position is just very, very odd. And I'm actually, I'll just, yeah, our broadcast hasn't broken down. It really is a 24-minute thing here. So I don't think it's psychological. It might be a memory thing. But yeah, Edouard is older than his opponent, but he's only 29. And even though I was claiming yesterday 28 was the end of improvement for a chess player, I don't think 29 should be that damaging to your memory. So that one's very odd. We're still in an absolute main line after Queen H5, and yet a big, big, big think by white. You know, if you want to bail out here, you can take on D5, they take back, and then I think Bishop E2 is supposed to be just about a draw.
Like a moves repetition.
Yeah, if Queen H3, Bishop F1, exactly.
All right.
Now you can go Queen G6, but it's not supposed to be very good. After Queen G6, you don't have, I don't know, you don't have any G5 ideas, but your Queen G6 does look a bit dodgy. We could castle probably kingside. Is knight takes C3 a problem there? Maybe. Not a big problem, but annoying. So I guess you could play Queen G6 here if you wanted to keep the game going. But I'm not sure Anton is that desperate to play for a win that he'd play this way. And even here, if we now go Bishop D3, threatening F3, well, perhaps you can swing over to B6, but I'd be very nervous. There's knight F5, there's all sorts of things. So no, this is just, the longer Edouard thinks, the more I think he's going to take a repetition. And that will be very sad. But it is possible to make a repetition before move 40 in this tournament. So Voyasek and Adams, we left it after F3. Now while Dina was speaking, I learned that this was an idea of Gelfand's that had not been played terribly often, and no one had actually played knight H5 here. And Adams had a big think over 15 minutes and eventually played the same move everybody else had played, rook fd8, and then after e4, king f8. So Adams is happy just to play solidly and hope that the fact that it's symmetrical pawn structure, he'll be okay. A nice move by Voyasek with bishop e2. He actually wants c4 for his knight and then using the d6 square. And if he can pick up a pair of bishops with knight d6, then maybe he really can claim some sort of advantage here. So, of course, knight h5 is nothing now because the bishop can go back to e3 whenever it likes. So white is definitely that little bit better here. And the hard part for black is actually finding a plan. Because, yeah, if you play rook ac8, we could play knight c4, but I actually think knight b5 is just a hassle. And of course, if a6, the consistent move in this tournament will be knight a7, and it may well work out okay.
This position reminds me, so this position reminds me a lot of Queen's Gambit Accepted, the exchange of queens variation.
Okay, so
yes, and I did play a lot of this with black, and those situations when I suffered a lot and even get some losses was when white got for the 2 pairs of bishops.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So this plan could be indeed very dangerous for black.
Yeah, it's apologies for the analysis board not actually changing. I'm trying to get it, but the connection appears to have just frozen. So I may have to just adjust things for a moment.
Yeah, for now we are having the actual the position that we are speaking about only on the small analysis board.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, it's strange. I may have to just briefly close down that board and just do this all over again.
All right.
Because
maybe in the meantime, I can remind the format and the time control. Yes, for those of us who have, for those of you who have joined us recently. So the speaking about the schedule, yes, we do have a class round number 3 today. We also have round number 4 tomorrow. And on Saturday, we are playing Blitz, which will be very interesting to watch because there will be some special conditions that we should not reveal to you right now. Then on Sunday, we are having a rest day, one more rest day. The organizers have put 2 rest days this year comparing to the last year, and both of the rest days were chosen to be just after the Rapid and Blitz tournaments, actually, to privilege the fact that players need to take a pause, take a small break after changing the time control, for them to be more used, better prepared for the classical one. And we are having the round number 5 of the classical event on Monday, 27th July, round 6, 28 July, and then round 7 on next Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, so we all finish up on the 29th, and I think that will be quite an early game. I think it's an 11 a.m. start.
Exactly. The last day we will change the starting time. It will be 11 a.m.
And, okay, let's see if I have...
For now, we can see the players.
So can you now see the analysis board? So we'll see. Okay. So let's see if it's working now. I'm using Fritz 17 for the analysis board, by the way, in their broadcast mode. And yeah, it's playing up a little bit, but hopefully you can see at least the players at the games now. And interestingly, there are 2 empty seats, and
Yes.
I understand that it's not not normal to walk around, but of course there are many things they could be doing, going for a drink of water or something
they do
like
have this special territory, special room for for drinks and some snacks. Also, they have the separate water closet. Even if they play in the same scene, they are not allowed to come to go down from the stage. Yes,
Yep.
where the Corona Amateur tournament is taking place, but they do have some place to get a walk, as we can see her just seen.
Yeah, and so then are they not allowed to mix with the amateur players at all, or they?
Not at all. They have the separate, also the separate entrance as well.
Mm-hmm.
Only
right.
the how we call it, our studio is located on the welcome hall. You can call it, I guess, a better way in English. Yes, and then everyone, of course, can be at the same place, but it's a very big room, which is which does not put people all together closely. Mm-hmm. So
sure.
we do have the distance that we respect as well while taking the interviews.
Yeah, well, the stage is pretty big, I must admit. I remember playing an interzonal on that stage, and there must have been 60-odd players in the tournament, a Swiss interzonal. So there is a lot of space there. Of course, you don't need too much for 4 games, but it's certainly not in any way squashed up there.
Exactly. Exactly.
Absolutely. So I think we've got the games back, which would be rather good. And I was just talking about Voyasek's last move, bishop e2, freeing up the c4 square for a knight, and probably answering rook a c8 with knight b5. Now, yeah, I suppose black can move that knight away from f6, maybe to d7, and think about f6 and e5. But once you've done that, I'm not sure the knight on d7 will really be going anywhere. So, and actually knight d7, knight c4 also looks pretty good. So, yeah, it's no, it's just that little bit difficult. Adams is, of course, very, very good at neutralizing this sort of small advantage, but it must be a bit disconcerting for him to have Voyasek with more time than he started with, thanks to the 45-second increments, and him burning time just outside the opening. If he'd been ready for this, I suspect after 13 f3, he would have been more confident about whether to play knight h5 or not. It may be that Voyasek's preparation has found something good against it, but I didn't see it. In any case, definitely chances for the tournament leader to put a lot of pressure on Michael Adams. Yeah, the other really interesting game is Vincent Kamer against Arkady Neidich. And after e4, Neidich did play the principled move bishop g4 with the idea of getting rid of his light squared bishop and then playing e5. So here, black wants to get something to the d4 square. If you swap, for example, you're definitely not better, and there's good chances that one day a black knight will turn up on the d4 square. So d5 is logical because that cuts the knight out of both c6 and e6. Of course, block positions don't necessarily favor the bishops, but after takes, a5 looks very odd compared to knight bd7. And all of a sudden, bishop e3, knight a6, and h4. Well, not out of nowhere, but it's just annoying. There's not a lot of choice here. You don't want to go h6, because if you play h6, then after h5, g5, your white squares are really weak, and you can imagine a white bishop or a knight turning up on f5 at some point. And of course, white can also, in some position, think about sacrificing on g5 and playing h6. So I simply don't like h6, h5, g5. I think I'd probably play even bishop g4 looks really interesting. Just willing to give up that bishop in order to take control over f5. But certainly bishop g2, thinking about bishop h3 could be quite good. It's not game over. Even bishop e2 to bishop b5. So normally I'd be thinking about g4, but I think I don't have quite the right pieces to block that up. Yeah, killing the f5 plan is normally very good, but here I'm not sure it's as good as usual. In any case, knight is just automatically replied h5, which is absolutely fine.
So now we do not speak about g4 plan anymore, right? Or do we?
No, but we have a little hole on g5 now. Maybe it's not serious, but you're also not talking about f5 so much with black, because then the h5 pawn becomes a little bit weak. So the really curious thing about h5 is that after h5, when you said we can't think about g4 anymore, I started thinking about g4.
Yes, because if you do not castle, you probably can also get some attack on there.
Yeah, again, I'm a little bit worried I don't have enough pieces to really attack. Yeah, I've swapped off a pair of knights, and well, I may be swapping off my light squared bishop and then perhaps queen c8 or some move like that. I just don't completely trust this. I think I might run out of pieces while I'm trying to attack. So, but g4 looks like fun, and Kamer is certainly having a big think here. So, yeah, the positional move would be to play bishop e2 and f3, and just say, okay, I've got a very safe position on the king side, and I've got a hole on b5 that maybe I can use. So maybe I can make some progress over there. After bishop e2, maybe I've got a knight a4 move in some positions, queen b3, something like that. So it could be a little bit better for white. And h4, h5 doesn't look like it helps black at all. So it's probably relatively neutral, a little bit better for white than perhaps before. So Kamer is doing okay against knight h, definitely. And yeah, the black knights can't get to really key squares. I guess c5 is possible after knight fd7, but if you ever go knight fd7, it really makes me want to go g4. So I feel like I can't actually move that knight away from f6 until the white queen is somewhere away from d1. I'm wondering whether it's worth castling queenside here with white and just playing king b1, because I don't think black's going to get much of an attack. I can't imagine the a-pawn causing me too many problems. But it is a slightly risky plan, and if I do castle queenside, it's possible black will play king h7 and bishop h6 and get rid of another of my good pieces. So maybe it's going to be kingside, but not yet, perhaps.
Maybe you can still leave the king in the center, yes, because in the worst case, you can always play even king f1 and king g2.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. And yeah, so now I should let you know that we're about to have a premiere in Switzerland of the singer Juga's new chess song, and it's called Immortal Game. Juga is a Chilean singer-songwriter and conceptual artist, and she has been living in Budapest recently. As you'll see from the video, there'll be a number of people you recognize. In particular, one of the stars of the video is Judith Polgar, who is celebrating her birthday today. So having the premiere and dedicating it to Judith Polgar seemed like a good thing to do. Juga, of course, is best known for her single O Capablanca, which has, I think, had 500,000 views on YouTube, which is pretty impressive. And of course, a number of other songs. Isolated Pawn was another one where if you watch the video carefully, you can actually follow a real game, or at least a real combination at the end of the game. But yeah, one of the big things is to watch out for big names in the video, the big names of the Hungarian chess scene. And so the video Immortal Game is dedicated to the sort of universality of chess, Juga noted that the game was played with black moving first back in 1851, and she's well, put that together with other themes, and so well, let's just actually I might delay the song just for a couple more minutes, because yeah, it's apparently at 3 o'clock, Juga is about to join Judith Polgar in a sort of birthday meeting. So I think we should let them both watch it together. So a little bit more about Juga. She has basically performed all sorts of tournaments. She's performed at Norway Chess. O Capablanca, I think, was performed at the Batumi Olympiad in the closing ceremony. And yeah, and she's also started doing some chess satires as well. So there are songs with lyrics written by Vladimir Kramnik, or at least, if you like, parodies of current songs with lyrics written by Anish Giri as well, and of course Juga. And it's notable that she did watch the rap yesterday that was on the program, and her conclusion was, yes, it's very difficult to write a good chess song. So I think that encapsulates her opinion of Magnosaurus in his performance yesterday. Juga also featured in Judith Polgar's Chess Festival. Every year, Judith Polgar puts on in Budapest, which is called the Global Chess Festival, and it's a really big chess day where many chess fans come out. Chess is played all over the city, and Judith and her sisters often give exhibitions. So she is also turned up there, and well, at the World Championship in London also, I remember seeing her. So she's absolutely sort of dominated the chess music scene. It's anyway, it's not Juga's birthday today, by the way. It's Judith Polgar's birthday. Well, have you, Dina, have you seen any of her videos in the past?
I'm following her on social media, but I did not. I'm not familiar with the premiere that we are about to show. This is why I'm also very curious to discover it together with our audience. But yeah, I do know that her songs are usually one of the best performance, like one of the most popular performances on the open tournaments of the most of the biggest chess events. And I also believe that in Yekaterinburg she also performed on the
opening ceremony. Really?
Yeah, on a remote. I mean, yeah.
Oh, remotely, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wise girl. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that might be also
Capablanca, I think, has really touched a chord with people, because it's the despair of winning, thinking you're winning, and then just losing to someone you're sure you should beat. It's I think it was the content of the topic that really made it attractive, as well as, of course, the music, and it seems to strike a chord. I remember showing it on a screen during some commentary in Canberra, and there were a number of quite old players sort of shaking their heads in acknowledgement. Yep, this was me today. I blew it. And so I think she caught a wave with that song.
Absolutely.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so we just after, I wanted to mention that just after the premiere, we'll be having a special guest joining us in the live studio, giving his thoughts on the analysis games. So that will be after.
And I think he's #1 player in Austria. Is that correct?
Yes. We will be having Markus Ragger, second of Noel Studer, here with us just after Juga's premiere.
Do you know how Ragger got to know Studer?
No. That would you like me to ask?
I guess we'll ask him that because yeah, of course they've probably played in tournaments together, but yeah, it was a small surprise when Ragger turned up. But I guess it's just great to be a professional and see some real chess. So that's yeah, it's just amazing that the Biel tournament's on. To be honest, it's sort of hard to believe. It could have been cancelled at the last minute. It just would have taken some change in regulations by the Swiss government, but the organisers took a real risk, and it seems to have come off.
Yes, absolutely. So I shall join the live studio now and be back.
I will leave you in the hands of Juga, who will be performing her new song, Immortal Game. So take it away, Juga.
Thank you very much for this wonderful premiere of our special artist, Juga. And we know that this was also an occasion of Judith's birthday, which we all celebrate her and send the best chess wishes so we can from one of the biggest OTB tournaments ever since the crisis. We are having here with us in a live studio special guest, Grandmaster from Austria, Markus Ragger. Hello, Markus.
Hello, Nina.
Markus, you are here as a second of Noel Studer.
Yeah, that's correct.
We were wondering together with Ian, how did you two actually meet?
Okay, first of all, Switzerland and Austria are neighboring countries, and anyway, they are also same language and a lot of things in common. And at some point, Noel contacted me to have some training session, and we had one training camp and then another one, and yeah, it worked well. And since around maybe half a year or maybe already 1 year, we're working on serious basis. And such a tournament is, of course, an important occasion, and it's important to be there.
You also mentioned that you did have a training session just near Biel here in Switzerland back in December.
That's correct. Yeah, we had one in Macklingen. It's some sports center where, yeah, many sportsmen of Switzerland are training there, and it's also important for chess to be among the other sports and show them that we also sport and
that we also
important.
exist, of course. Of course. All right, we are having the games that already started more than an hour ago. We do have a lot of moves. Some of them just finished the opening part, some of them not. Would you like to give us some insight, your thoughts as your top 60 world player? I'm pretty sure you have something to tell about them.
Yeah, it's a lot of interesting games. I mean, this one is between Kema and Naiditsch, and it was Naiditsch went for the King's Indian, so he showed some great ambition also with black. And they soon left like mainline theory around here, I think, when e4 was played, and they were pretty much on their own. And one important moment was maybe here, in this position. I liked a lot what Kema did, because he didn't automatically castle, which is a logical move. Yeah, you just bring a king in safety, and what else could be more natural? No, he kept his king flexible, and he went bishop e3 first. But the real idea was shown after knight a6, he went h4. And the point of h4 here is that white is still staying flexible. He's not saying that I will attack at all costs, because black, for example, he could play h6.
And then we're analyzing something like h5 and g5. And it's also a pretty common idea when your opponent has already castled and he has g6, bishop g7, you still have the rook on h1, somehow to try to attack with the h4 and try to lure the king.
But here it's more like a positional maneuver, I think. It's not so much the attack, but it's the square on f5 here.
All right.
Which is weakened because the light squared bishop is exchanged and the knight might come there. And white can at any point push g4, for example. Okay, I don't know, maybe not immediately, but just to show the idea.
Okay, let us.
Like this.
We will see. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. No, it doesn't work. It's okay.
But the point is that after g4,
yes,
black cannot access the square on f4, because e6 and g6 are covered, so he cannot bring a knight there, while white can bring the knight very easily to f5. And since he doesn't have g4, he could also bring the bishop to f5, which is also controlling the only open file, c file. So this would be a horrible position, and therefore Akadi correctly didn't go h6. Yeah, he played h5. And in general, this position should be better for white. Pair of bishop, and also that g5 square can be used by the bishop. And there was an option probably to play some positional approach, maybe bring the bishop either to b5.
Yes, we did analyze this option bishop a2 and bringing it to, still doesn't work, and bringing it to b5. Yes, but
yeah, okay. Theoretically, it could also be nicely placed here.
All right.
There are many nice squares for this bishop, but Vincent decided now it's enough of positional approach. He goes for the king. He went g4. Now, yeah.
It's pretty fast, right? He doesn't even play rook g1 or trying to somehow probably bring his king on the long castle, which could also be dangerous, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely not clear if the king is safe on on the queen side than it is in the middle at the moment. Yeah, it's therefore, and also he wants to keep the rook on h1. That maybe one day the h file will open and this rook will prove very useful on h1. So this is very interesting position, and I'm expecting a very tense fight ahead.
So do we. All right. So what would be your evaluation here in this game?
White is better, but
White is better.
that's
Okay.
very often the case in some King's Indian, but it's a lot of fight and it's a complex position, so many things can happen. Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's go on. Let's move on to the next game. You can just close this one. Yes. Try again. Yes. So we are moving to Romain Edward versus Anton David. And here the position is rather sharp. Is it?
It's still big theory in this position. I think
Okay.
there were many top games played also in online chess. It was heavily discussed, and I remember some games that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he played with white pieces. He played with Giri, with Ding, so there were some interesting developments. But the surprising thing is that, I mean, after e4, after the opening, I mean, the line starts basically with e4, and it went pretty. You can say it's the main line what both of them played, and they followed very fast. They came to this position, which is still the main line. Nothing, no surprises. And if the times are correct, I think that Romain spent 45 minutes here.
The interesting thing is that it all started with Nimzo Indian, and now the structure reminds something of a French defense.
Yeah, okay. Now, in the end, the structure now there won't be any structure. It seems they will take all the pawns in the center. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, it's strange that he spent so much time here. If he forgot the line, or if he was thinking of
We
another
actually had an idea that Romain was hesitating about having the repetition and making the game in a draw. I guess the line that Ian suggested was taking on d5, pawn takes, bishop e2, queen h3, and was it here, and bishop f1, and then it's a repetition.
Yeah, but probably Black could even try maybe queen g6 at some point there if he really insists on playing on. I also thought of this repetition. Yeah, I was wondering if you would still have me here when they finish the game so fast. You would have the interview, and
We would for sure. We would for sure. We would never let you go just like this.
but it's good that the game continues, and it's a very sharp game. And yeah, let's see. I mean, if Romain now is confident that he knows the line, it leads to some end games where White is slightly better and it's close to a draw. But yeah,
I guess it's also not so easy to take this decision to accept the draw when you're playing White so early.
yeah, especially in tournament you invite it. It's a nice tournament you play on the stage. You don't want to finish
Of course.
in 1 hour and go home. Yeah, you want to put up a fight. Yeah, even sometimes it can be not the smartest decision percentage-wise, but still, it's good that he shows the fighting spirit and tries.
And I also think that these players actually are looking for some blood. It's been 6 months without real tournaments. They are willing to continue as long as they can and enjoy just like women chess. I
Yeah.
wanted to say.
I agree. Yeah, we are all looking forward to play and are happy to
Yeah.
fight. Yeah.
No compromise that early. All right, let's go on. You can close this game, and we shall continue. I'm thinking that maybe we can leave Noel for
Okay, let's leave Noel for the last.
and then now proceed with Voyasek against Adams.
Yeah, this is relatively calm, but still it's a lot of fight. Yeah, White is slightly better. It's quite symmetrical, but it's obvious that White pieces are more actively placed. Yeah, especially this pawn structure with f3 e4 is quite nice. It takes away. I mean, the bishop on b7 feels much less active now, and yeah, the bishop on f4 has a nice square. The knight on c4 is nicely placed. So here the main question is, will Adams be able to neutralize the initiative that White has, or if Voyasek can put some more pressure? Yeah?
We came up with a plan just before we were thinking about knight b5 in a way, and try to somehow knight b5 and knight d6 on knight c4 and knight d6 to swap the pair of bishops. That would be pretty much good.
Yeah,
But apparently,
but probably this is what he defended against, yeah? Because
Yeah.
he played knight d7, and of course Since black has so little space, white doesn't want to exchange pieces. He wants to keep as many pieces as possible on the board, and went knight c4, very logical, and also your plan with knight to d6. And here he played bishop c6. So on knight d6 he wants maybe knight d8, probably.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
96, can this we do? No, we cannot. Well, no clue why, but anyways. All right, so your evaluation would be for this one?
It's slightly better for white.
Slightly better for white.
Yeah, the question is, can something serious come out of it? Yeah.
All right, and now let's go to the last but not least, the most important game. Please close this window, and we will open the next one with Hare Krishna versus Tudor. So, are you satisfied with the position on the board?
Yeah, I like black's position. I think black is doing very well, and it's a fighting game, which is also very good. And yeah, we'll see what comes out of it. It was like black is very active. Yeah, this is also Noel. He usually tries to take the initiative as early as possible.
So he's a dynamic player.
Yeah, even with strong opponents, he's always trying to.
Who is not afraid of anyone and very ambitious.
Yeah,
that's very nice to hear.
That's visible that you see that black has already much more space. Yeah, and knight on e4 is nicely placed, but nevertheless, white's position is solid. Yeah, and.
May I ask you, did you expect this opening?
It's very hard with Hare Krishna. He plays so many things, and it was maybe one of the less likely options.
All right. So, any comments so far? Maybe it's just some. I understand that it's not so easy for you to reveal all the secrets, but maybe there is something that is not that harmful.
In general, I would assume that in some position like this, knight b5 should be the critical move.
Okay.
But again, it's not working.
No, it doesn't.
To try to take this bishop, but.
Yes, knight b5. Let me hold it like this.
Yeah, I don't know how it will continue, if black gives this bishop or if he keeps the bishop, but knight b5 should be, let's say, the critical way. And Hare played knight e2 here, which is, let's say, maybe not the most critical, but also it's like, yeah, a fighting option. It keeps all the pieces on the board. And one move I was very surprised with, it was here, knight g3, g6, it's logical, you have to defend against knight f5. And I thought that in this position anyway, black's idea is to go knight e4 and to push f5.
Okay.
And here Hare played rook e1, and he kind of threatening maybe e4 now, and he's forcing this knight to e4, which was a bit surprising, since I thought it's anyway the idea of black to jump with the knight here, and once the knight is here, maybe the rook on e1 is not that useful, so it's like maybe loss of half a tempo.
Okay.
But yeah, you're white, you can afford to lose half a tempo, it's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and now, yeah, this is the position. Do we know the times?
Yes, we have it just here. We have 51 minutes for Hare Krishna.
Some evaluation, yeah?
Yes, and 1 hour 8 for Noel Tudor.
Yeah, also timings look good, yeah?
So,
and it's clear that there will
Queen
be
A4 just
also
have on the board.
A tough fight ahead, and potentially this position could become very crucial in, let's say, around move 30. So it's important to keep some time there.
To keep some advantage on the time.
It doesn't look like that in next 10 moves there will be huge decision to some endgame or something. To me, it looks like this position will stay complex for a while.
Absolutely. All right. So your evaluation so far. To conclude,
I saw that the computer also gives equal
but from the human perspective, let's say, your subjective evaluation.
Yeah, I would also prefer black, simply because black already took the initiative. It's always something, yeah, also some psychological advantage that when you take the initiative with black, it's, yeah, usually white players don't feel so comfortable, and objectively probably also black's position is better, so I think black is slightly better.
That's pretty good. Thank you very much for your analysis. Now, may I ask you, how do you spend your time here in Biel? I know that the 80% of the time goes for preparation, but still, do you have some time to walk around, visit Biel?
I'm walking around, but I'm not going sightseeing or anything, just to walk around to get fresh head again for chess. And yeah, maybe
And
I spend the time in my room and I'm checking lines.
all right, but what are your thoughts about the organization so far? Do you feel safe here in Biel?
Yeah, in general, I rather feel safe everywhere, but also
Everywhere.
especially here, it's very good environment. I mean, they're taking care of the I mean, they are holding up all the measures they have to, and it seems like that everybody can stay safe. But you never know, and we hope the best that everything will go well and all will stay healthy. Yeah?
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Markus Ragger was here with us, Grandmaster from Austria, a second of Studer. Yin.
Thank you very much, Dina and Markus, and some interesting insights into the games. Perhaps the only position that I'd have some disagreement with Markus, and purely for psychological reasons, is the game between Pentala Harikrishna and Noel Studer. And that particular game, it looks to me like a lot of Studer's games that we've seen already in this tournament. He gets a big pawn center, and at some critical moment in the game, the pawn center collapses. And here, well, I must admit, the clock times favor Studer already, which is an advantage, but it's very hard for Black to make progress without doing something committal. Whether it's a G5 plan, whether it's some sort of C4 idea in knight C5, yeah, that will give away the d4 square. G5, it looks like the black king might be exposed. There's no doubt at all that if you keep total control here with Black, you should be doing extremely well. A5 and knight b4 looks tempting. I'm not exactly sure what it does if you just... Oh, but yeah, the queen could get exposed, I must admit, on a4. So yeah, a5, knight b4, if you go bishop b1, you could just lose your queen or get the queen into trouble after bishop c6. So there are a few decent ideas. Okay, after a5, maybe we just go a3, for example. And then how do you make progress? Yeah, you don't really want to give up your knight on e4 for the bishop on c3, though actually after a5, a3, maybe you can take and play c4 and grab on a3 if you really want to go pawn grabbing. Black would like to put rooks in the center, particularly one rook on b8 or c8. I guess queen a4 is sort of directed against leaving the a7 pawn unprotected, but it certainly doesn't look like a fantastic square for the queen. So yeah, well, if you go for g5 here, I suspect that you may find that you don't actually have a threat afterwards, because I don't think g5, g4 is really causing any problems. Maybe one day queen h4, rook f6, rook h6, but it's super slow, and possibly there might be a knight turning up on f1 that will cover everything. So, well, g5 is certainly tempting, but I think I'd rather just build up my advantage. So a move like a5 followed by knight b4, it may not win the game or anything like that, but it just causes annoyance for... In fact, it causes more annoyance, because if a5, a3, knight b4 might be possible anyway. So let's have a look at that. And that could be a bit embarrassing. Now, whether this is game over or not, I don't really care, because it's definitely very pleasant for Black. I don't know exactly what I'd want to do next, because c4 is coming. So maybe even these exchanges aren't decisive, unfortunately. Bishop c6 perhaps, but no. So even something like this, which is a nice looking combination, doesn't appear to be absolutely decisive. But as I said, my problem with Studer is that he's great at building up pawn centers. Oh, he hasn't played a5 yet, by the way. He's great at building up pawn centers, but actually following through and winning the game. He often has a good position. His sense just after the opening seems to be very good in putting his pieces on good squares. It's his finishing and his well, the crucial phase between having an advantage and growing that advantage is where he seems to fall down at the moment. So I think Hari Krishna just wants to stay in the game at the moment, not get pushed back too far, and just wait and see if he can get both players into time trouble by the time the real crunch comes. And still, they're already at move 17, and Studer is not behind on the clock. Although he's having a bit of a think now. So we could see what's going on there. But the other exciting one, we left it after h5. And as Markus noted, Kamer didn't muck about with bishop e2, just went g4, take. And it's, well, I don't know how scary it is. I just want to take and, well, I want to take, queen takes, play queen c8, knock the queen back a bit. And if I'm super brave, I'm going to play f5 here. I'm just very nervous that there'll be some h5 move. Or, yeah, it's although then let's have a look. f5. If I go h5, f4 is interesting. So I don't know if I can take on g6 here and play queen h5. I think it's not going to be mate at the end. So if I try this, take rook h8 doesn't work either, sadly. So queen h5, oh, you can grab that one first, and then rook f6, and I might have a check or two, but I don't think I'm going to mate here. I just don't have the right pieces to mate. So the super aggressive attack isn't so good. f3, I cuts my queen off in some ways, though it's an interesting idea. And I guess it's possible to put a rook on g1, maybe the queen's rook. So that would involve castling here and allowing f4. And I guess if knight b4, I'm going to go king b1, and next move is rook g1. But again, am I really going to mate here without my bishop or knight helping in the attack? Maybe I can get a lot of pressure. So yeah, this could be okay. But I would expect at least a computer-like defense to be sufficient around here. So this is what I would expect knight h to play. Takes queen c8 to force me back. I don't really want to go queen g2, I think, because it might allow queen c4 and knight b4 and that sort of thing. So, but again, maybe queen c2 is playable. All in all, it's going to be quite tricky for Knight. He will have to play accurately for the next 3 or 4 moves to make sure he neutralizes the attack. It's not an attack with a lot of pieces at the moment, but it does have potential if white gets castles queenside and h5 for free, or almost for free. So we will see how that one goes, but Kamer is, well, with the confidence of youth, is just going for the caveman attack, and well, Knight will have to defend pretty well, I suspect. Okay, Voyasek and Adams, and this one, yeah, I felt that Ragger didn't really give an opinion. I mean, it's easy to say white's slightly better. The real question is, can you do anything with it? And so, okay, we've had some maneuvering moves. We saw rook c1, 98, king f1. So white's just making his position better and better. White would love to go g4 and h4 and get a bit of space, but that's not really going to happen. So a3 and now bishop g5. Well, because your rook's on c1, you're going to have to take on g5. And I suppose, Well, then, yeah, then it's much harder to gain space. It's really difficult to get your kingside pawns rolling. So I'm not at all sure whether you can make anything of this. Sure, you can bring your king up, play b4 if you really want to. I'm not sure it does anything. But black may well just move his knight and swap some pieces off, swap some rooks off. Without the dark squared bishops, I really feel as if there's not much happening here. And somehow it felt like white should have a bit more than that. So, well, there's no real choice here unless he's willing to go g3, which doesn't really feel right. I'm worried about that f4 square. If black takes and goes knight f6 and knight h5, you could discover your pawn on f4 could be a bit weak. So all in all, Adams, as usual, is slowly neutralizing white's advantage. And now we've got the game Edouard Anton, and it is still very close to theory, because after cd5, bishop c3 was played, I believe, by Wesley So in a game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave that ended in a very hard-fought draw. The bishop moved. Did it go there or did it go to e3 in the original game? But knight takes e5, takes, and queen takes. And here, materials equal. Obviously, black's got some light squares to have a go at, but black is also unstable with the pawn on g5 and the knight on e5 hanging. And this is where black has to find some good moves. Of course, if you play rook e8, there's the danger that f4 is going to be a real problem. So what else can you do? You could play g4, maybe, but then your bishop is never getting to h3, and actually the white bishop comes out and it's nothing at all. So what else? Knight g4, queen g2. Now that feels like it might get something. The knight may not stay on g4 forever, but putting the queen back on g2 is a bonus. Sure, h3 can come sometime, but then you put it back on e5, and hopefully you've done something useful before then. So I like knight g4. And yeah, I'd love to make rook e8 work, but I just can't make it work after f4. It feels as if there should be some terrific tactics here for black, but I don't believe knight g4 doesn't work. You take the rook with check and then come back to e2. Knight f3 check doesn't work because you just take with the queen. So f5 doesn't work because of queen d5 check. Oh, then knight f7. Yeah, but is this on? Oh no, you've got bishop. Have you got bishop e6? No, you don't. So yeah, the line I would like to play is rook e8. I'd very much like to play it, but if f4 just wins a piece, I'm in trouble. So you can start with f5, and then do I go queen check? Do I move my queen somewhere else? Well, it has to cover knight f3 check, so I can't just go to e1 and allow knight f3 check. So I guess I should be going queen here. And now if I go bishop b6, you take the knight with the queen. If I go knight f7, you probably can play knight takes f5 with a good position. I'm a little nervous about rook e2, but probably it's nothing special. So yeah, so this is not working either. And that leaves me with knight g4. So I think we're going to see knight g4. G4 just doesn't seem like much of an idea. I wonder if you can be a little bit better with g4, bishop e3 or bishop f4. Actually, bishop f4, then rook e8 looks annoying. But even taking on e5, I don't think I'm going to get mated, even after queen takes. Oh, sorry, queen takes will be an ending. Rook takes, queen f4 doesn't look scary at all. So queen g2 even. So no, this is nothing. So probably this is still absolutely okay for black, but you've got to be a bit careful now that you're king is exposed. But yeah, I think if you play knight g4, it should work out fine. So we'll see what he does. He's having a long think around here, as is Knight-ich. I mean, this is a real surprise. Knight-ich, well, that is not the position. Knight-ich has not played queen c8 here. And, well, it's hard to see another good move. f5 is simply answered by queen takes g6. So that's nothing. b5 looks really just desperate. Well, b5 or knight c5 or anything, I just go h5. That's coming. Because I don't believe knight d3 check is really a problem. I mean, I guess you could start with knight b4, but I'll probably castle queenside then and still keep the threat of h5 up my sleeve. So yeah, it is a promising attack. The only place where I've had some moves is the Voyasek game, and after bishop g5, bishop e3 was played, which doesn't look scary at all. Bishop takes, knight takes. Okay, it should work okay here for black. One small problem is if you go rook c8, you might get hit by bishop a6. Now, maybe that's nothing after rook c7, but it's at least annoying. So right now, I just want a consolidating move. I can't move that knight away from d7 easily, I think, unless it's going to f6, because either knight c5 or knight e5 can get knocked away. King e7 looks possible. I'm just a little bit scared there might be a crazy knight d5 check at some point, but it's certainly not happening quickly. So king e7 makes sense. Although maybe, oh, knight d5 check may be playable. I'm not sure about that. Pawn takes, rook takes, pawn takes. No, it probably is good for white. So time to protect our bishop. Rook a8, something simple like that. Don't worry about bishop a6 because after rook c7, it's still protected. Although you have self-pinned your own knight on d7, but I'm not too scared with that. So yeah, maybe he's trying to calculate his way through. I mean, you can certainly go knight c5, b4, knight a4. And if you get it right, then you just swap pieces. If you get it wrong, then the tactics are going to work badly against you. So that looks very scary. I don't think that's the sort of thing black is going to really look at very hard. So we're at a moment where there's a lot of thinking going on. And, well, if I had to predict at the moment, I'd say Adams was going to draw with Voyasek, that Hare Krishna was going to win against Studer, even though the position is probably at least equal for black. I would guess Kamer will overwhelm Knight-ich with some wonderful trick, and probably Eduard and Anton finishing in a draw by perpetual check by one side or the other. But don't hold me to these predictions 2 hours later. Remembering, of course, Voyasek is the tournament leader, 1 point ahead of Vincent Kamer. So, well, we could have a look a little closer at Vincent Kamer because he's packed a lot into his 15 years. He's currently only rated 2558, which puts him only just inside the top 500 in the world. And to give you a comparison, when I was his age, 2550 would have been top 40 in the world. So the inflation has certainly hit rather strongly in the rating system. But in any case, yeah, you would have expected his rating to be significantly higher just by playing, and he hasn't had opportunities. He's actually the #1 under-16 player in Europe and the #4 under-16 player in the world. So yeah, I wouldn't sniff at that rating just because there's a lot of adults ahead of him. But curiously, in Germany, whereas Donchenko, who played the Chess 960 tournament, is #3, he's only #27, which just shows how many good players Germany has. And Germany has had some seriously good under-16s. There was a period when Donchenko was under-16, and there were a series of other very strong juniors. I think Bluebaum was another. Svane was another, and Germany, had they decided to play the World Under-16 Olympiad, would have gone in as the top seed. But it seems that Germany doesn't play the under-16 Olympiad, and so that opportunity for a gold was missed. Now, Kamer in his life has had many respectable results. I mean, he's got 3 GM norms, but the 2 big ones were when he was 11, and he scored the 2nd place in the Vienna Open, which was his first Grandmaster. No, sorry, it was not his first Grandmaster. No, it wasn't a GM norm, but it was still a really amazing performance for an 11-year-old. He didn't play enough Grandmasters to get a chance for a norm there. But also, just a few years later, in 2018, when he was just 13, he played in the Grenke Open, and this was just an absolute sensation. Almost 50 Grandmasters in the field, and he won the tournament, 8 out of 9, first Grandmaster norm, and according to some commentators, it was the highest performance rating ever for an under 14 player. So it was really astonishing. He then played consistently over the next year. It only took him another year and a bit to get his final Grandmaster norm. And that was quite curious because it was in the Isle of Man tournament, which was deemed to be a FIDE Grand Swiss, which had a lot of very strong players. And Kamer only scored -2, which is 4.5 out of 11. And that was enough for a Grandmaster result. So that was pretty amazing. So early this year, his Grandmaster title was approved. So he became a 15-year-old Grandmaster, which, although there's been quite a few that have become Grandmasters younger than that nowadays, it's still pretty impressive. And his first Grandmaster norm, it was way over. I think it was something like 2 points over what he needed for a Grandmaster norm. So yeah, anyway, in his brief career, he's had very, very good results. And yeah, he became a international master just after the Vienna Open the following year, and a Grandmaster 3 years later. So really good progress. Yeah, whether he is the next Carlsen or anything like that, well, you just can't tell. But he's confident. He's really having a go at Arkady Naiditsch today. And I must admit, I like the way he plays. His first round win against Anton was just going forward almost the whole time. Very sort of impressive play. So Adams has proved me wrong by, in the position after knight takes e3, he just went knight c5. So he really has calculated b4, knight a4, and thinks it's okay. Unless he's calculated b4, knight b3, headed for d4, which wouldn't be a bad square, so it's not impossible. So, well, I suppose white could swap all the rooks off here, but it's hard to believe you're really better if you just take the rooks and just have 3 minor pieces left with a symmetrical pawn structure. So Adams, well, if b4 doesn't work, then Adams is fine. And yeah, knight b3 is tricky. I wonder about that. It would be very nice to get. You can't even play rook b1 because there's a knight d2 check. So that is definitely an idea. And it's not that easy to prevent it coming in. I mean, maybe bishop c4, but I don't particularly want to put my bishop there because it leaves the knight on e3 unable to find a good square. So all in all, yeah, probably, well, Adams wouldn't have played knight c5 after long thought. If there was a real tactical problem, I wouldn't have thought. And so I'm guessing he's going to be okay here. So Naiditsch has played a move at last. And he is now 25 minutes behind Kamer. And his move was knight to b4. So he has 2 threats. He is going for knight c2 check, probably, or knight d3 check, but it is very simple just to castle queenside here. But then queen c8. And that is a problem. Because you cannot go back to e2. Then because of knight a2 check. And if you go back to e2 immediately, Oh, then f5 could transpose to the other line we were looking at. No, it doesn't, because black's queen is better placed on d8, I expect. So knight b4 is quite clever. And yeah, I'd love to castle queenside, but my guess is if queen c8, I have to swap queens, go king b1. And but if I have to do all that, maybe I am better because I've got a slightly better bishop and I've got h5 prospects. But in terms of a winning idea, I don't think it's anything special. So still, by the way, still no move by Noel Studer, and this is a real worry. Because this is, if he's burning time here when his opponent has no threats, he's already thought almost half an hour after queen a4. Sorry, the queen is here. So they're only at move 17. He spent almost half an hour thinking, hasn't played a move. And this is what often is the problem with his big pawn centers. They're great if you've got time to consolidate them, but you only have to make one little inaccuracy and they collapse. And yeah, Studer plus time trouble plus big pawn center has led to disaster in too many games already. So I'm liking Hari Krishna's chances more and more, and I'm sure he is too, to be honest. He'll be thinking, well, I didn't threaten anything, and he's just spent half an hour thinking. So I believe Dina is around to join the commentary. So are you there, Dina? Not yet. Okay, so let's go back to the Eduard game, because in this particular game against Anton, Anton has also spent ages on this move. It's really not promising to spend. Yeah, he's up to 16 minutes now on a move. It's not this position, it's just queen e4. So I guess he's trying to calculate rook e8, f4 and trying to make f5 work, I guess. But because you can't take, okay, rook e8, f4. My idea with f5 is that you can't actually take it because we just play bishop takes, queen takes, and now actually we've got a number of possibilities, but oh, actually knight f3 check, you just take and you have a perpetual. So even this seems to be okay. If I got any trick here, knight f3, just queen takes. So now I think, yeah, I'm going to promote knight g4 as the likely main line here. And queen g2 looks necessary. And after that, well, black can finally develop a bit. And black should be okay. So still no move from Kamer, and Kamer is the one who will have to make the big decision. Yeah, he either goes queen e2 after knight b4 and goes for the kingside attack, where keeps his king on e1 for a while, or he plays castles queenside and allows queen c8. And well, yeah, this is the ending I'm finding hard to judge. I do think that there are a few problems for black here. Takes, probably this rook takes, king b1. And okay, if you play something like king h7 to play bishop h6 and equalize it, h5 comes pretty quickly. So h5 could be annoying here. But anything else? Maybe knight b5 could tie you down a little. Maybe black should go a4. And if we go h5, you might just take it. But that could be dangerous as well. The knight on b4 is actually quite offside for stopping a rook g1 style attack. So there could be a bit of pressure here. And maybe this is the practical way. Maybe this is the way Adams would play the position. Just say, okay, I've got a nice safe advantage here. No counterplay for my opponent, and yeah, it does look more progressive than playing queen e2. I just don't like moving my queen back like that, even if I do want to keep queens on. Finally, a move from Noel Studer, and He played a move he could have played in 2 minutes, just rook ad8. So perfectly normal move. It's not that he's going to play d4 anytime soon. He'll have to move his queen first. He just doesn't think that there's much in the way that of progress that white can make. Well, you could play bishop a6 here, but we just go bishop a8, and it's not clear what you've gained by putting the bishop on a6. Oh, hang on, or is the d5 pawn hanging? Maybe. So bishop a6. Well, at least our bishop on a6 is protected, so we can move our bishop away from. Sorry, the bishop b7 is protected after bishop a6, so you can just go bishop b8 or something along those lines, and you're certainly not losing anything. But you might find your c5 pawn is a little bit weak in some lines too. So yeah, I don't particularly like rook ad8. I'm just not sure exactly what black should have done. I was more tempted by the c file, but in any case, Hare Krishna, because he hasn't got a lot of space, would prefer swapping a few pieces. So that probably means bishop a6, and I don't have a problem with that at all. So, well, let's assess what's going on at the Congress House. We have Voyasek and Adams, slight advantage white. Hare Krishna and Studer, probably about equal now. Kamer has taken the queens off the board, so he's playing this ending, and Kamer has decent chances against Arkady Naiditsch. And whoa, no, this is not what's happened. But rook e8 has been played, and that is interesting. So after rook e8, of course, white will want to go f4. So, okay, so after f4, what do we do? I don't trust f5. If you take, now maybe this has some merit because, I don't know, you could still take with the pawn, but you're not losing any material. For example, you can play queen g6 check. Now, whether that's an advantage or not, it means that there's definitely a bailout here immediately. And that's why black can start thinking about more aggressive stuff like bishop h3, sacrificing a piece, and maybe getting a decent position. So let's have a look. Bishop h3, pawn takes. Of course, rook f2 is possible too, but or is it? No, it isn't possible. So rook f2 is not possible because of knight f3 check, I believe. And if queen takes knight, rook e1 check, and queen takes queen. So that's queen takes, check, rook back. Well, I can take on f1, but this is easier. And that should be game over. So bishop h3 could be annoying. So pawn takes here. I think I'll take here first because there's no checks. So this does look dangerous. Of course, we've still got g2 covered by the queen. So let's say queen f3, and I don't really see a mate around here, unfortunately. So I'm not sure what's going on. But it sounds like we do have Dina around. So let's see if Dina's got some news.
Yes, I do have some news.
Could you adjust your microphone, please?
Okay, wait a second. Everything's fine now?
No, it's very, very soft.
Okay. So it should be improving fast, I believe. Is it improving? Still not. And now, do you hear me well?
No, sorry.
No. Wait a second. Okay.
Sounds better.
Yeah. How about now?
Much better. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry. Apologies on that.
It's gone soft again.
Oh no! You're kidding me.
That's not too bad.
That's not too, that should be improving now.
Yeah, it is. Okay, go for it.
Yes, so thank you, Ian. We did have a special guest in the studio with us, Markus Ragger, second of Studer. It was a pleasure talking to him, and he shared us his views on his evaluations on the moves. And did you catch the moment when I asked him how they met, how he and Noel met?
Yes, I did. But feel free to tell the audience who may not have been there when you were talking to him.
Yes, well, actually, it's true that Austria and Switzerland are pretty close to each other, so they actually knew each other for a while. It's been playing some tournaments and so on, but recently they became closer and started training together for some time. And so it was not just for the Biel tournament. No, it was a correlation between them for a long time. And they actually had a training camp not such a long time ago. It was back in December. It was pretty close to Biel, actually. So yes, they were some kind of hoping to get their preparation ready for the tournament, and I'm pretty sure they are very well prepared.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, well, he certainly looks well prepared. His position is okay. I just am nervous about his handling of it. For example, after bishop b5 by Hari Krishna, suddenly c6 is hanging, and also d5 is hanging, and if you move the knight, a7 is hanging. So already there's some tactical problems that he's going to have to solve with regard to his pawn center. Now, maybe he can solve them, because when you do take on d5, there should be some good discovery by the knight on c6. But if there isn't, then he's got himself into a mess already. It's quite strange, this rook a d8 move, I must admit.
A little bit too slow, right?
Well, it might be okay. I mean, if the tactics work okay for him, but if they worked okay for him, he wouldn't be thinking now.
Yes, that's also
he would have played rook d8 with a particular idea against bishop b5. Now, I mean, if we take on c3, which we could have done many times, it doesn't seem to make any real difference. Yeah, well, you could perhaps play knight b4, but I would think a3 would be just annoying, or very annoying. But maybe then a6. It's hard to say, but again, you're relying on all these crazy tactics to maintain a position that should have been slightly but safely better. And this is really the weakness of Studer, maintaining a good position and building on it.
Yes, because he gets pretty decent positions starting from the openings in every round.
Yeah, and usually he has space, and it's just that somehow it doesn't get used the way it probably should. So I'm worried about his position here. Now, there must be a good discovery, but there's no easy. Okay. All right. So queen c7 is okay. It's a different discovery than I expected. Rook takes pawn, bishop takes g3. And if you take on d8, we take on f2 with check, and we're a piece up. So unless there's some vicious bishop c4 check move, or bishop c4 here, which I don't think is going to work tactically, but is scary, very scary. But okay, it should be okay for black. Yeah, you're so much material up after bishop c4, bishop f2, and then probably swap rooks and play rook f7. You should be all right. So let's say I'm guessing bishop c4 here, then check, king somewhere, rook takes, bishop takes, rook f7, and it's hard to believe there's enough tactics here for white. You don't have knight e5, you don't have knight, or do you have knight e5? Whoa. Maybe you do have knight
idea,
e5.
knight takes a5, queen e8, intermediate.
Yeah, so that means we have to get rid of this guy pretty quickly on c3.
And he has just made his move.
And what did he play? Queen c7. Aha. Okay, so I sort of trust that rook takes d5 is not possible. It would be absolutely incredible if a combination based on rook d5 and bishop c4 was actually working here. So probably he's holding everything together. But it's a bit sad that if your queen moves away from the e file, there's more chance of getting a d4 or an f4 idea in. So it's not all bad. So I mean, the queen is not bad on c7. It's just my nerves about rook takes d5. But if that's not playable, then black should be again slightly better. So his clock times, he's 15 minutes behind on the clock, but it's really not critical yet. He's still got half an hour, so I'm not too worried about his clock. Still no move though from Kamer. I was wrong when I said he'd already gone for the queens off. And to be honest, Kamer, well, he's well ahead on the clock, so he's got plenty of time to think. But it's a funny decision. Do I go for an endgame or do I go for the kingside attack? And even when you know the endgame's pretty good, you'll still be tempted to play queen e2 and attack differently. So that's it should be promising for Kamer, but
I guess it's always way more difficult to defend than to attack. I mean, for most of the players, so perhaps Petrosian would be an exception. But in this case, yes, swapping queens would be, from the human perspective, would be in black's favor, right?
Oh, absolutely. And yet, I still think that with a5 played, and I really didn't understand a5 when it was played, there's so many squares the white knight can jump into. b5 looks great. a4 looks pretty interesting too.
b6 probably also could be weak.
Yeah. So if we do swap queens and play king b1 and rook c1 and forget about the king side to some extent, I still think that could be a real advantage for white with, exactly, bishop b6 sometime, knight b5 sometimes. And the black knight on b4 is in a very weird circuit. If it can't come to d3, then it's going to have to go to a6 and b8 and maybe eventually get to d7. But it's, if it goes to c5, you're liable to end up with just a bad bishop against knight ending, which is not going to be fun. So, yeah, it's really quite a difficult choice. And I suspect Kamer will play queen e2 simply because he's young and he wants to keep queens on. And he's way more adventurous than I thought.
H5. Wow, interesting.
What a move. Okay, well, I really don't like that, in part because I don't like losing my bishop on e3, but of course losing my rook in the corner could be a serious worry as well. So let's see, knight check. So I really want you to take something, so I'll play king d2. Now you've got a big choice. Take on e3 and play queen b6. Maybe then king c2 will be okay, but oh no, e3 is hanging as well. So that is a worry. And of course, well, let's look at knight takes rook because that's fun. Knight takes, pawn takes. I guess my first question is, okay, am I really getting mated here? Queen takes, queen f6.
I was told once by one grandmaster that when one has a bishop on g7, the fianchetto bishop, or bishop on g2, it's almost impossible to give checkmate. Kind of course.
Okay, well, I'm going to try and prove them wrong.
Yes,
check.
Please go ahead.
Here, rook h6.
All right, where should I put my queen? Queen f3? No. No.
Queen f3 is possible, but
queen g6, I guess, and queen takes g7. No, king h8.
No,
yeah,
king g8 again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so try queen f3.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to bring my other rook into the attack, but I haven't got it anymore, which is just bad luck. So check, king here. Okay, some positions, rook h7 and queen h5 can be good, but I doubt if that's true here. I've got a queen e6 check, but it does nothing after queen f7. So I've got a draw, only a draw. So h5 doesn't inspire. So, okay, let's grab that rook. Because to be honest, there's less firepower if you grab the rook. Now, we don't have to take on g6 immediately. We can, if we want, throw queen e6 into the mix. I'm not exactly sure that it helps. Rook f7, queen g6. Queen f6 anyway.
Not so evident so far.
No. Queen takes king. No, this is the best I can come up with, I think. Queen f6, queen check, and rook h6, queen f3. Now, sometimes there are moves like rook g6 here.
May I try to bring another piece to the attack? Something like knight b5 could be an option. Threatening knight d6.
Okay, so if I just protect my d pawn.
Maybe I can still take it, no? Knight
yeah, but
a6.
I'm a rook down, so I'll be still a piece down.
Your knight
Maybe it doesn't matter.
I'm threatening rook d7. Your knight is still out of the game.
It's true.
And my d5 pawn can become very, very dangerous one day.
Yeah, okay. So I'll play queen g4, let's say.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I should try something like rook a6.
Perhaps. I think I'm going to go rook e8 and rook e7 then. And you might still be better there, I guess. Even a piece down. What about bishop h6?
Also interesting.
I'm threatening to take on g7 and go rook d7 check. What I'm not sure about is how I'm going to answer rook h8. I'll probably... I wonder if I can do it this way. A rook h8 takes, check, somewhere, takes. Now bishop g7 was also rook back.
Yeah, and then swapping e5 pawn.
And yeah, I mean, obviously this is good for white, whether it's winning or not. And maybe I had a better way of doing it with bishop takes g7.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's just winning. So the best you're going to do is go rook to h2, but I'll take on b7. And even if you get your knight out, it'll be game over. So knight b5 is certainly promising. So knight has something to worry about. Take here, check here, rook here, queen here, and knight b5. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so this, sorry, not queen g6, knight b5. Yeah, so if you get some material back, you'll actually be doing quite well.
Couple of pawns would be nice.
What about rook h8 is a bit of a worry. Knight d6, king f8.
Maybe I should start first with a queen g6 and then take the rook and then knight d6.
Okay, so king back.
Then I take the rook. And
yep, take with the king, I guess. And knight d6, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll play rook f8.
Yeah, you have to now have it simply knight f5, I would say.
And if I take it?
If you take it, And
well, I think I'm okay here, but let's see. Is this really rescuing the knight? E4, king c1. A4.
Yes, my d5 pawn should be
Pretty good.
important here.
I think I want to save my win the knight though. So bishop c5.
Maybe I should try with. Maybe I should start with yeah. Or I was thinking of d6 to foresee
Sure,
bishop f8 at some point.
Yeah. Well, I think my king will. Oh, my king's not so easy. No, it's not so easy to come across. Yeah. So
yeah,
that's
bishop
true.
c5
No,
is a good thing.
yeah. It does seem that even this endgame could be good for white, which means that that you just have to throw queen g6 check in. Have you got any other squares? No, you don't, because there's queen d6 check, and this.
Or knight d6, yeah.
Yeah, it's queen f6 a move here.
I guess
Again,
there must be a decent compensation in.
Yeah, I still haven't won the knight though, but yeah. So queen f6 is just. Yeah, am I really doing anything here? Well, I can give another check, and then put my knight on f5, but I'm not sure I'm threatening anything. There could be queen. Oh no, there's no counter-attacking move. Rook c8 perhaps. Yeah, and rook c2 check, but even then I go king d3. Oh, queen a6.
Yes, in the worst case, I guess I can go queen h1 and on rook c2, king d3. Well, there is there is queen a6. I'm saying nonsense.
Always queen a6, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's not simple, but it's certainly scary for black. There's no doubt after h5 that Knight will be thinking, well, I'm sure Knight thought this is not going to work, and not that he necessarily calculated when playing knight b4, but he just didn't think it was serious, because once you take on g6, you're not actually mating. But it's still a strong attack. So right now the clock times, Knight is actually falling behind a bit. Kamer has 42 minutes, and his opponent, well, after thinking for 10, has about 25. So not easy. But I think he's going to take the rook, because if you, I guess queen c8, but queen e2, and white's just got extra time. There's no way you wanted to play queen c8 and knight b4. If you were going queen c8, you'd go for the f5 move. If you go knight b4, you were going for knight c2. So as a combination, it doesn't seem to work very well. Whoa. So, oh well, if there's a Torero prize going around, which used to be offered in Biel, and Kamer is definitely going for it. And this is a sort of game you actually saw quite a lot when there was this very attractive best game prize every day. And players would, if they had a choice, they'd often go for the spectacular option and try for the big prize each day. So what else is happening? A lot has happened in Anton's game, I must admit.
So
really
let's switch to this game.
Okay, we left it after rook e8 because I thought, well, f4. Okay, what a nice trick. Queen h2 check. Why didn't I see that? Queen takes, king takes, knight g4, and rook takes. Now pawn takes pawn. So although black is not up in material, black can't possibly stand worse. I would expect something like b6 here and bishop b7 as fast as possible. Or is king f3 going to be awkward? Yeah, we're trying to mate white, but white may actually be able to step around everything. So it's true, king f3 could be a problem. So he chose to keep his bishop on that diagonal with bishop d7. And I must admit, you're not going to get to c6 anytime soon. So bishop f4, simply healthy. And it looks like you want to go rook c8 here. Now, maybe white's thinking of just giving up c3, swapping the rooks off with rook e1, and trying to invade on the 7th rank. And getting some sort of dark square attack going while the knight on g4 is sort of out of play. We can stop that if we want by playing rook e8 instead of rook c8. But I don't know what black's doing next. Don't know at all. So
and he tried to bring the king a little bit closer since it's an endgame.
Yeah, okay. So let's say we get rook a8 for free and we get our king on g6 for free. What do we do then? Knight e3 check. Because once you, oh no, but there's still rook f6 check at the end. King g5 rook f7. So even that is not really working. Yeah, I think Eduard's done enough here to have a decent position. So yeah, I'm not liking rook e8 at all. Actually, yeah, I do think if black was trying to get an advantage, this is probably not the way to do it. And yeah, I don't see anything.
At least bright side, he continued the fight. He did not repeat the moves, or he did not start repeating the moves in the after that crucial moment when just after the opening when he was. I
agree, so but that's where you start regretting. If you go slightly worse, you start to think, why didn't I take the draw? I had a draw and I didn't take it. I'm an idiot, and you start to regret.
I guess probably right now it might be a little bit different circumstances, judging by the fact that these players are very hungry. It's been on 6 months, almost 6 months they didn't play. So I guess any position is a great pleasure for them just to continue. It would be a pity to stop the game after 14 moves.
That's very true. No, I mean I don't blame Eduard at all. And he is playing someone, David Anton, who has not shown great shape in this tournament. So you think, okay, give it a complicated position and I might go okay. But yeah, El Nino, as he's known, still is playing a pretty decent game. I wonder if b5, b4 could be an idea. Although it's pretty easily stopped with a3.
And we just had a move.
We did rook a8. Okay, it's just a good healthy move to start with, avoiding any rook e1 moves. So black's position is absolutely fine. I wonder if he might go b6 and bishop c8 and think about bishop b7 sometimes. But, so rook e2 check is not going to do the job. Rook e3 is interesting, but it just looks like a big swap. Maybe the g5 pawn will be weak then. So maybe our idea is to put our king on g6 and then play rook e3. Perhaps. No, it's still a bit extravagant. So yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. a4, a5, maybe, restraining the queen side. Yep, so black is better. Well, black has whatever advantage there is, but it's unclear if there is any advantage. We have had a move by Knightage, and it was f5. What a move. So he's planning to answer queen takes g6 with a knight check, I guess.
All right, that's very interesting.
Or rook f6. But okay, queen takes g6, rook f6. Let's just move.
Okay.
So, okay, you've got a choice. You can go f4 first, or you can go knight c2. But h6 is still coming, so f4, h6 is good.
Threatening the mate all of a sudden, then.
Yeah. And that is almost game over. So I'm guessing you
probably take on rook takes h6.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking take this rook and then just stop the mate.
Rook takes. Or okay.
Rook takes. I just want to lose a bishop, not a rook.
Yeah, that's wiser. very wise decision. But now perhaps I have a bishop g5. Is that an option? You have rook g6, but I will take on f5. No,
Clever.
I cannot.
Oh, no, g5's hanging. But let's take the bishop. If I take the bishop and swap everything and take the knight, black will have drawing chances, but only drawing chances. I think actually white's pieces are going to be quite good there. So it could even be that I like g2, but even g1 in order to take the knight in some other lines could be good. But okay, queen g2, knight check, king moves, knight takes. So the threat is f4. We have to go h6, queen e7. And here, it feels really promising, but making it work is something else again.
So still for now, white is rook down and needs to
take a lot of pieces, yeah?
Yeah. But if you want to swap the queens, then take on a1, you are still... Though it's actually 2 pieces versus the rook, so it's totally
close
fine.
To winning for white.
Yeah.
In fact, because of those queenside weaknesses, I'd say this is extremely good for white. The a5 pawn's in trouble. The d6 pawn's going to be in trouble sometime. This is one of these positions where even with the swap of rooks, I would still back the 2 pieces to do a lot of damage.
So yet again, we see the circumstances of that a5, which was pretty dubious move, right?
Indeed. I think so. Okay. There's one more try, and that is putting your queen on the H file and trying to mate. Oh, but that's a little bit like the other. Well, I don't know. So if I go, say, queen H3, and I give you the rook. Now, let's say you take it, and I take on G6, and you go rook F6 again. Now, bishop H6 looks scary.
Right, and you cannot play queen E7 because of queen H8.
Mate. So you have to take this guy, and I think I can just take back.
This looks very dangerous.
Although king E8 after queen takes. So should I be taking back with the rook?
You can just take with the rook and you threaten G7 and G8.
7. So there is no queen E7?
Yes. Again, checkmate in 1.
Yeah, this is winning. A rook down, but it's winning. So queen H3 might be even better. Or no, actually, I'm beginning to think it's completely stupid because you can play G5 now. I don't have time to take on F5, and I've just killed my own attack. Unfortunately. I mean, probably white's still fine with H6 or castle's queenside or something, but I no longer am confident that I've got a great position. Yeah, you might be
right here, unfortunately.
So this is unnecessary. So if queen G6 is good, then I'm going to play it.
And then we expect rook F6. Don't we?
I think so, yeah. Well, I mean, obviously queen F6 is just horrible. Queen F6 is a pawn down for nothing. And yeah, you can't trap the bishop on E3 or anything. So yeah, if he played F5, it wasn't because he wanted to go queen F6. It has to be rook F6, but yeah, I don't envy his task here. And what's his clock like? 22 minutes. That's actually okay, but they're only at move 16. Nadic is hanging on for grim life, but this is exactly the sort of position where Kramer's calculation is often very, very good. If queen takes G6 is good, he'll play it. If queen H3 is good, he'll play it. And mind you, I I absolutely don't trust queen h3 if g5 is playable. There might be some trick that I haven't seen, but it doesn't look great at all. It looks like it's ruining your own attack. Now, Hari Krishna against Studer. Hari Krishna had a long think and went... oh, sorry, lots of things have happened. He went rook takes d5. And this is the big combination that I was wondering about. So, bishop g3, bishop c4, bishop f2, king f1. Oh, no, sorry, it hasn't happened yet. That's just my analysis. He's taken on d5.
Wow, does it mean that it works?
No.
If he takes that. Not necessarily. One of them has probably blundered.
Well, I'm sure he hasn't totally blundered. So if bishop takes g3, I reckon he's going to go bishop c4, and it will be a lot of fun.
All right. And, so they are accepting the complications.
Indeed. And does black have any normal way to avoid that? Yeah, just a normal move that... well, bishop c4 is threatened, so you don't have time. You don't have any time at all. So let's take the bishop on c3. I mean, this is probably not good. Do you have any good discovery now? Knight d4 no, it looks a bit silly. Knight e5, stopping bishop c4. Maybe.
Bishop
so if
c4,
queen
if knight, yeah, go on.
I'm going to go c4. So that's not helping you.
And if bishop c4, knight takes, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5.
And move the king.
And move the king.
One pawn for the exchange, so that's not so terrible. Could be knight g5 or something at some point. Maybe after bishop...
Yeah.
Maybe bishop c4 I could take the rook immediately. No, I don't really want to, but... And
we have a move.
He took on c3. Ah. Okay, so he didn't go for the other line. Okay,
and he did it rather fast, by the way, I have to admit.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so take. Well, because Hari Krishna thought for so long on rook d5, it has to be what he was thinking about. And after you've thought for a long time, it almost feels silly not to play it and test your calculation. And if bishop takes g3 doesn't work, then rook takes d5 is a good chance. And he's played knight e5 as well. Okay, if the rook can just move back. But I guess bishop f3 and knight f3 check wins the exchange. So you are going down the exchange. You have to find a way to do it properly. So Studer is going to have an exchange for a pawn. And yeah, the right way to do it is hard to say. All right, we had a look at bishop c4. So there's two ways to take the exchange. I could take on f3 and then take on d5. And that's possible. I could take on c4 and take on d5. I'm just a bit nervous about a knight g5 a little bit later. But after queen takes queen f7? Maybe.
Queen f7, interesting. Pinning the rook.
So take, queen f7. My king is a little bit dodgy, but the rest of the position looks absolutely fine for black. I'm quite sure this is objectively good for black.
Yeah, you don't feel any concrete compensation here, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're white, you play something tricky like queen c6 and hope to get knight g5 and see what happens. But your other pieces are not really helping. So it's not so simple to take an open file without black taking the open file as well. Yeah, it's definitely, well, this is concrete, and I presume Hari Krishna has something against knight e5, but then again, maybe he thought, well, if this is the worst that can happen, I'll have a pawn for the exchange and my position won't be so bad. And there's something to be said for that. So let's say he just decides to go, I don't know, rook takes, bishop takes, knight g5. This could already be good compensation.
All right, at least here you keep the pieces on the board and you create more attacks to the king.
Yep. So bishop c4 is a real threat, knight e6 is a real threat. Yeah, this, I guess this is Hare Krishna's plan, and it doesn't look too bad. Maybe you've got a grovel here. It's either got to be bishop d5 or bishop c8.
Bishop c8 looks a little bit passive.
Yeah, and my problem with bishop d5 is c4. And then you get the white squares. So if bishop d5, c4, bishop back, and take, at worst, take, bishop c6, and that should be good compensation because the bishop on d5 is indestructible. So white should have ample compensation for the exchange here.
Indeed.
So this is very creative by Hare Krishna. I think he will take on e5 with the rook and then play knight g5, and that will be awkward for Studer. And Studer is burning time here. Oh no, sorry, it's Hare Krishna that's burning time. And he didn't have such a great clock to start with. He's already spent 4 minutes on the move. That's not so much.
He has only 20 minutes now left.
Okay, so we've had some moves played in the Kamer game, and it was rook f6, it was queen g2, and now king h7. And this is extremely practical. He's just planning to blockade that pawn and say, I'm only a pawn down. That does seem a decent idea.
That's also a very common situation when actually from one hand we do have an h5 pawn that attacks, but from the other hand the king is actually hiding behind it and feels pretty much confident over there.
Yeah. So I guess bishop g5 is a fairly obvious move. Is it really that good though? I like the fact that I've stopped f4. I'd love to castle queenside here. f4, bishop d2. But I get the feeling I'm just going to be a pawn up with nothing much else going for it. And in a lot of endgames, I feel the h5 pawn could just fall off the board. So although castles queenside is undoubtedly better for white, it's the sort of thing which allows black to hang on, whereas bishop g5... Okay, that looks nasty. So you're going to have to go for my rook. King takes, I suppose.
Finally,
oh, maybe I'll...
that rook.
No, I'm not going to go to d2 because I don't want bishop h6 happening sometimes.
Yeah,
so I'm going to go to e2. And if you want to go knight d4 check, then I'll go king d1 and get out of the way. So if you take my rook, I'll take back and hope that I'll be better here. Again, I can't be sure. Well, I'm sure I'm better, but how much?
You're only quality down, you continue the attack.
Oh, well, I'm going to get the rook back, so I'm not planning to go down, unless you play queen b6, which could be super annoying. Queen b6, I can take on f6, you take on b2. Oh, where do I go?
King
d3, you go take on e4. I take back. Have you got a perpetual here?
There's a check taking on e4.
Let's have a look at this. This looks the most exciting line. Queen here. Bishop takes. Check.
King d3, and if you take on e4, queen takes e4 check.
Oh, queen takes check. Thank you very much. Okay, it's check. Okay, so king d3 is safe.
Yeah, it's mating.
Yep. Okay. So queen b6 doesn't work. So I have to move my queen somewhere, probably f8. And if you go to f8, I might just go...
And we do have a move.
What did he play? He took on f5. My goodness. Sorry, this is not the main line that they've played. He took on f5.
But it's not something that they discussed.
No. So he'll check. I mean, I looked at this, but I thought, nah, queen g6 is never going to mate you. So king moves, d2. And now you could either... If you take the bishop, I believe pawn takes is just better for white. So you're going to have to take the rook. And now I presume the idea is knight e4. And yet I'm still not seeing a mate. It's obviously a lovely position, but what about rook c8 or something like that? Now, rook c2 is not a big threat right now. I wonder if I can just do this. Take, check. Take, and take the knight. That is winning for sure.
It looks absolutely winning.
And if king here, I can still take the knight.
Absolutely.
And I've got h6 coming up. ef5, what a move. Mighty impressive. So it just vacates e4 for the knight. It's simple and very effective. Okay, one more try. Knight check. King d2. Knight takes rook. Knight e4. And rook h6. Well, you still can't take on h5, so I can certainly start with rook a1 if I want to. And that looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, white should be better here.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, you can't save the exchange.
No, this we cannot. It's just a quality, and that's you have already 2 pawns, which is enough, and this astonishing attack.
It is an astonishing attack. Yep. So, wow, Kama to win again, and unless Voyasek can beat Adams, he will be taking over the lead. And I don't think Voyasek is going to beat Adams. We haven't looked at that for a little while, but okay, we left it with knight c5, b4, knight b3. I thought that was just a reason for not playing this, but certainly Adams is happy to take all the rooks off. e5, okay, he's looking for a little bit of space. It's hard to believe it's anything special. More pieces coming off. And here's where I'm guessing when they get to move 40, that will be agreed to draw. Even a move like knight d5, the bishop ending is going to be a draw too. Black can keep the white king from invading on either side, and the e6 pawn's not really a problem. So, yeah, absolutely drawn. Knight d5 played, actually. So Adams will make a draw here, and that means most likely Vincent Kama will retake the lead. Will Hari Krishna close in on him? Remember, it was extremely exciting. We left it, he did take on e5, and after bishop takes, he played knight g5, and that is where the position stands. And that, yeah, so if bishop d5 doesn't work, which c4 seems to be at least okay for white and maybe even a little bit better. That means you've got to grovel with bishop c8, and then white needs something good. Remember, you can't take on c3 because of queen c4 check. So bishop c8, bishop check, and king just moves to g7 perhaps. Yeah, is e4 an idea? It's hard to believe. So
e4 trying to open everything and reach the king, perhaps.
yeah, but I think I'm just going to go f4.
Absolutely.
Keep it closed for a while.
Very typical answer, by the way. In this structure, no, for this situation. Like sometimes there is even a minimal pawn sacrifice. That when you have a you can push the pawn on e4, then they take and you go f4.
No, I mean answer e4 with f4.
Yes. That's
with
what
black.
I mean. Yeah, with black.
So, yeah, with black play f4. So if you want to attack, you start with f4 and then e4, I guess. But unfortunately, after f4, bishop f6, and suddenly you've got to do something with your knight on g5. Now, because the bishop's on c8, you can come back to f3, but it doesn't feel so fantastic. The one thing Studer has got going for him here is clock advantage. And yeah, well, bishop d5 just does not look like it's very good after c4, unless there's some tricky h6 move. But then knight f3. Oh no, then you can take on f3. Still might be okay. Yeah, it's no, it's got to be bishop c8 and grovel for a little while. The one game we've really neglected is Edouard and Anton. So well, a lot's happened. We left it with rook a8 and rook a d1 played. So knight e3 check. Maybe. I don't feel as if you need to play it yet, put it that way. But okay, he played it. Takes. So there are some weak pawns to have a go at. He may have a not great bishop, but g5's weak, c3's weak. So knight f5, he's going for a rook ending, and black is not obliging because there is a bishop c6 if we want it. So check, king h3, whoa. I guess you can always play g4. Bishop e6. Curiouser and curiouser. But you had to move your bishop, I guess. So there's something weird about this. After knight f5, oh, right, you cannot immediately play rook c3 because of knight h6 check. Oh, no, well, d7 taking, sorry. So, but you could take that knight and take on c3, but then rook d7 is still enough for a draw. So rook e2, king into the pin, which looks dodgy, but okay. Bishop e6, I like the move. a4. So what can black do here?
Yes, the knight is pinned indeed, but thanks to g4, as you mentioned, there should be no danger. And otherwise, the white king is hoping to get activated pretty soon.
Wow, he played rook e3. And that doesn't just threaten c3, it stops g4. It's quite clever.
Can I try king h4?
King h4 here.
You will just take the pawn.
Yeah, you don't have any big checks? No, I'll just take on c3, yeah.
Yeah.
And worry about taking on f5 later. So I guess you can play knight h6 check and knight f5 check, but no, it's not really working. Will be a safe pawn up, although some drawing chances. So instead he played c4, which is trying to distract that bishop. If you take on c4, rook d7, I suppose. Oh no, f1's hanging. So you, oh no, sorry, then rook on e3 is hanging. So it moved first. So he played rook e4. Makes a lot of sense. So if g4 here, we could, what can we do? We could take on
c4?
c4, but with what? Because there's knight d6 all the time. So
yeah, so you do have the check on the third rank.
Yeah, we do. So bishop takes anyway. We're threatening a rook here. So
and
that's a bonus.
Rook b1.
So I've got to save that f1 rook. And now
We
bishop
do have a move, which is rook b1 after rook e4.
After rook e4, rook b1.
Yes.
Okay, bishop takes pawn anyway.
Can you? Yes, you can.
Because f1 is hanging, yeah?
Yes, indeed. With a check would be
Bit of a problem.
Unpleasant.
Oh, he's played rook b1. Oh, okay. Fair enough. So my only problem after bishop takes rook f2 is knight d6 at some awkward moment. It's a big knight fork. I need to set up something good against it. So bishop back to e6 looks okay. And then rook takes a4, rook b7, rook a4. It's probably all right. Maybe I can do better than this, but oh, he has moved and he's just played b6. The kill all counterplay move, which probably can be answered by a5. I think. a5, bishop c4, rook ef2 again. It's so close to being absolutely dominating for black, but it just doesn't seem to be. But you have to play a5 or c5. And c5 seems pointless because after pawn takes, I don't know what you've achieved. So a5 is trying to either create a passed c pawn or get rid of all the queenside pawns, which I'd be really happy to achieve. So I think it has to be a5 here. But yeah, I'm nervous about bishop takes c4, but I don't see a follow-up after rook f2 because there's no back rank mates. There's bishop d3 doesn't seem to do too much.
And you simply want to exchange all the
queenside or play knight
pawns.
d6.
Yeah.
If my bishop's moved away from e6, then I'm going to have knight d6, and that's going to be awkward. Although I might have a bishop e6 check again. Oh no, if the rook's on f2, it won't work. So no, it's an a5 played. Okay.
Yeah, a5.
So that looks logical.
That's
so here,
you know what strikes me a lot is that these players have spent several months playing mostly, I believe, Rapid and Blitz. And I was sort of expecting them to, once they go back to the classical time control, 1 hour 40 starting with, I was actually expecting them to have this habit of playing a little bit too fast. But here it's absolutely the contrary. Like having 15 minutes after the move, after only 15 minutes on the clock after the move 20 or 30 really strikes me a lot. Maybe it could be also due to the lack of practice. But yeah, I think when you play a lot of blitz, you tend to get these decisions easier.
So here, after a5, bishop c4, rook f2, I still can't find a really good move because of this knight d6 all the time. But I was wondering if you can survive after rook e5, because I think you have to go g4 and then I take here, and it's a pity white's got out of the pin and you've got knight d6, but it doesn't really hurt me anymore. And that probably was the right answer against c5 as well, just to go rook e5 and take.
Yeah, and they have made 2 more moves very fast.
Oh, he did play rook e5 and g4, and he's going to take on a5. So, and that is a clear pawn up, and the rook on b1 is actually badly placed for hitting f7, which is sort of what you want to do in most of these positions. So we can just put a rook on c5 here if we want to. We can get our king to a safer square, king f8 or something. And all in all, it's hard to see white surviving with that weak c4 pawn. So rook f4 has been played. The plan is to double the rooks on the f line and play knight h6 check. Now white is hoping for bishop takes f5 when you take with the pawn, and that by restraining the black king will give reasonable drawing chances. However, here I simply don't trust it. Rook c5 looks fantastic. I want to keep that rook on a black square if possible, because I don't want the knight to fork me at all. Yeah, so after rook c5, it's hard to find a way out. But we have had moves in Keimer's game, and that's, of course, the really interesting one. And if we come back, knight c2 was played, king d2, knight takes bishop. So I said after pawn takes, I felt that this was more or less game over. So queen b6, it is game over positionally. And remember, if you take on f5, we've got queen g6 check. And now the king just protected the pawn, and then came rook c8. So what would have happened if queen takes e3 here?
Instead of rook c8.
Yeah. Probably just rook g1. No
enough.
checks. And if rook g8, I think h6 will kill you.
You can also try
yeah, it will.
Perhaps h6. And on, yeah, there's just bishop takes. I was thinking rook takes, but bishop takes.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, then just
yeah.
your suggestion would be also easy.
But rook c8 was played, and now rook g1. Well, what can you do? Oh, you can move your bishop to h6. And, okay, is there some big combination? Because right now, if you go king b1, c3 is not hanging because of queen g8 mate. That's helpful, because I really want to play knight e4. And if I can play that, I think I'm okay. But he's actually more or less held back the attack here after bishop h6. So white has to win it all over again. And I guess that involves playing king b1, knight e4.
Yes, absolutely. So you just want to put the king in the safer place and bring the last piece that does not participate in the attack, which is the knight on c3.
Indeed, and well, I'm sure Keimer saw it, but I saw very late that king b1, rook takes c3 is not playable, and therefore we can get our king to a safe place, and that should be game over. So, well, bishop h6, I'm sure, is forced. If you play rook g8 here, actually, is that... I thought queen g6 was going to absolutely kill, but there is king here. And maybe it's not quite game over. So, but of course, you've just put your rook on c8, and so that means I'll go knight e4.
Can we try some combinations like h6 in the end of the line?
Oh, yeah, you mean after queen g6 check?
Yeah.
Sorry, with rook g8, yeah?
Rook g8.
Queen g6, king here. No, I mean, I'd love to play h6. I once won a game
I
like
want
this,
to take that with the rook, yeah. If rook g6 and rook takes g6.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I
It's
actually
lovely.
threaten h
Threaten
takes
something.
g7.
And we can't attack h1. I like it. So...
Even if you move the rook, I just take on g7 and the rook h8.
Yeah, that's probably our best chance, I guess.
Then I...
So you get 2 rooks and a knight for the queen.
I can just take the rook and do the promotion.
Oh, sorry, and you're a knight up. Absolutely. Yep. So yeah, that is... So it does look really game over here. Still nothing from knight itch, but I guess it's very, very close to completely lost now. And well, Kamer is, I think you're going to be interviewing Kamer very soon, probably.
Yes, either Kamer or Voyasek and Adams, because their positions seem to finish soon as well.
Yeah, possibly. And but the interview sound is working fine now, is it?
Yeah, totally fine. Judging by our previous guest, Markus Ragger.
Yes, although I think he needs to hold the microphone a little bit closer to his mouth next time you interview him.
Absolutely true.
But okay, so the way things stand at the moment, Voyasek and Adams looks like an inevitable draw. If white plays a5, then you'll ignore it. Hari Krishna against Studer is really, really unclear because that bishop on d5 is a monster. I'm not sure. I think f4 is a winning try rather than anything else. Okay, so bishop c3 played. White would love to get e4 in and actually activate that knight on g3, but it's not so easy to do. And around here, we might have a queen a5 move. Because an endgame, even with a wonderful bishop on d5, an endgame could work out fine for black. So, well, both players are playing for a win, I'd say. But, yeah, Hari Krishna will be very optimistic compared with what he had before. Kamer, bishop h6 has been played. Oh, no, has it? No, sorry. Bishop h6 has not been played in the Kamer game. It's still the position after
Rook g1.
G1. Yep. And Edward and Anton, well, it's much better for Anton. So Anton looks like he's going to score here. But, yeah, Edward has got to create some problems. So rook b3, I like to cover all the checks, and you're still going to go to f3 sooner or later. So rook c5 played, and I'm presuming now he can double the rooks on f3, and if rook takes on c4, we've got knight h6 check. Although maybe we're not winning even if we get rook f7 in. So I was wondering about this. Check, king here takes, because you don't have too much else. Bishop takes, rook takes. But to be perfectly honest, after king here, white's... well, maybe white's got king h4. Maybe life isn't that easy. With rook f6 and rook f7 coming.
Nice.
So, yeah, I don't want to allow that sort of counterplay. That just doesn't seem sensible. So I think he's going to double on the f-pawn, and we'll see how it goes. So we've got one more move in Arkady Naidich's game, and that was queen takes e3. It feels like knight e4 is just game over, but maybe Arkady's got something tricky in mind. He can't double the rooks because we take on f6, and then we play queen g8 mate. So that's not working. So what can you do? Okay, let's see, knight e4. If we move our rook, we can't get it. Oh, can we go to f7? I'm not sure, but let's go back all the way and see what happens. Queen check, king here. Is there anything white can do to win immediately here?
You know, I was thinking about, in the worst case, we could always play f6 just to improve our position. But here there's the checkmate. No, there's no.
So f6, I'm just nervous about rook g8. Because I might get mated on c1 in some lines. So
and we do have a move.
But I've got knight f6 if I really want.
He did play knight e4. Now we're expecting rook f8.
Yeah, well, I don't see a big alternative. And he's played it already. So is this winning? You can't go rook c7 because of queen g8.
Rook f8
if you take on f6, it must be winning. Then I can go check and queen g6 and f6 the way you wanted to do, and it'll be even stronger. Well, I mean, you have to take, don't you? Absolutely have to take.
Yes.
So take, king up, check, king back, and f6, your idea.
Simply f6, yes, why not?
And so the threat is f7 and queen g8. And right now you have no checks.
And he has just played the queen g6, I believe, judging by the picture. King h8.
8. And is he picking up his knight? He should do. And did we just see Voyasek and Adams disappear from the board? We did. So those two have drawn, and so I might be seeing you soon with an interview, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. Stay tuned for the interview, and see you soon.
Okay, thanks, Dina. So one game finished, one almost finished. We have had, okay, this game has just, knight f6 has just been played, and I don't think knight h will play on much longer. So here, well, okay, the really unclear one is the top seed against the bottom seed, and really it's been a fight. This sort of position, Black's rook is coming to b6, and he's trying to completely ignore that bishop on d5. I wonder if he can. So rook b6, rook b3. We can come back to f6 if we want here, but we could, we could also take on b3 and come back. Everything looks pretty good for. So knight h has resigned, by the way, and Studer is doing pretty well. Okay, he took on b3, so queen takes. Now around here, I don't think we want to go queen a5 anymore because there's a queen b7 check. So my guess is after, oh, he took with a pawn. Ah, okay, so he doesn't even have a tempo on the bishop. So what can we do here? Bishop d2 is answered by knight f1, unfortunately. Yeah, not so easy. Can't play rook e8. So yeah, how do you make progress here? If queen e7, I'm just going to go knight f1 anyway, because my knight will be more promising there than anywhere else. So all in all, it's it's better for Studer. I mean, I don't think there's genuine winning chances at all for Hare Krishna, despite the wonderful bishop. And I still can't see how that knight on g3 is going to get into the game properly. Yeah, it could dream of going to g5, but it's got to adopt a Nimzovich route of knight h1, knight f2, knight h3, and when it finally gets there, we might just go h6. So it's, yeah, definitely, well, close to winning for Black, but is it? So at the moment, queen a5 will be answered by queen c6, and it's not so easy to cover all those squares that the queen can go to. So yeah, not simple, but definitely much better for Studer, and he could be in line for pulling off a big result. So we've had two results today. Our tournament leader was held to a draw by Michael Adams. So he goes to 16.5 points, and he is now trailing Vincent Kamer, who is now on 18 points. And Adams goes to 15, I think. Yes, and Hare Krishna, well, he'll fall well behind if he loses this one. So rook b8 played by Studer. It means he has to keep his queen busy covering the 7th rank, but he wants to do some damage with the rook. I think it's giving White a little bit of time to reposition his knight, to be perfectly honest. But again, I'm not sure how. Knight f1. Is there a rook b4 move? It seems to do nothing at all. Queen a6 then. And if queen b6, we've got queen c8 again, unfortunately. And there's that counterplay involving the bishop on d5. So not simple. How is Studer's clock? It's okay, but he's Yeah, actually he's ahead on the clock, so he's going okay. We've had a few more moves in the Edouard game, and they were a little bit surprising. So after rook b3, rook c5, white went rook a3 first. I think if a5, he's planning to go back to the b file. So rook d7, and now instead of, well, there's no point doubling on the f file actually. He went rook e3 because he set up a back rank mate in case you grab the pawn on c4, which is tricky, but it's not really compensating for the lost pawn. So yeah, I think here black should have all sorts of decent moves. King f8 maybe, stopping the rook coming to e8 looks very sensible. Also avoids all the knight checks. Although king f8 has a problem because it allows rook takes f6, e6 in a lot of positions, followed by a discovered check with the knight. Now maybe it's not going anywhere later, but it's exactly what you don't want in the time trouble. And we have Voyasek and Adams, and they're ready to go. So take it away, Dina.
Welcome back to the live scene. We have the very first game of the round 3 that has just finished in a draw between Radoslav Voyasek and Michael Adams. Are you pleased with the way the things went?
Yeah, I think that at the beginning I had some slight advantage around here, but I didn't see this idea to exchange bishops after bishop g5. So after h6, I think this is the most important thing to say, that after h6 I should go bishop g3, avoiding bishop g5. And okay, and probably I'm slightly better. It's still a long struggle, but yeah. After a3, bishop g5, I didn't really see how to proceed, and from there on, I thought that this is more or less normal, and here, okay, this is probably simply equal.
Yeah, I mean, I largely agree. I didn't like it so much in the opening. I didn't know this line very well, but I had to make a lot of passive moves. But once I swapped the dark squared bishops, I mean, okay, white is still better, but looks like kind of very small advantage, and in the end, white was still a bit better, but not enough to win. But yeah, no, I thought it was quite interesting. His idea in the opening looks quite dangerous, actually, or looks not very pleasant to play with black, at least. Maybe it's not so serious, but not so pleasant also.
Yeah. All right, how do you evaluate your chances so far in the tournament?
Yeah, okay, it's still an early stage, so it's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to say anything, basically. I think just after the Blitz, then is the time to start to see where the scores are.
You mentioned Blitz. Did you have any particular preparation for this format?
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean, at home I played a few games with my wife, but apart of that, not so much.
And for chess 960, perhaps?
Yeah, I've played twice before this event, both games against Sochko, Grandmaster, and both I lost. So, well, it wasn't very inspiring, but here I've done well.
So it was a good warming up.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and thank you, Dina, and thank you, Michael Adams and Radoslav Voyasek. So that game wasn't so exciting, but we will have another interview with Kamer, and he has demolished Arkady Knightovich. So I think we're almost ready for that interview. So I think I'll, no, we're waiting a couple of minutes. There's a few formalities to go through. Yeah, we've got one really unclear game, Noel Studer against Pentala Hari Krishna. Hari Krishna is living on the edge. It's just one of those positions where it's very easy for black to push too hard and ruin a very good position, but it is a very good position. I think what Studer should do around here is calmly get to move 40. So don't try to do anything much in the next 9 moves. Just make sure your position's healthy, and then decide how to get your king safe. I mean, do you want to go h5 and king h6, for example, or even king h7? And then finally you can activate your pieces, because at some point you'll have doubling on the b file and you'll probably win the b3 pawn. You just want to do it at the right moment at a time when it doesn't allow counterplay, and that's hard to work out. And our other game, well, David Anton, it's another one where you just want to slowly bring this to safety at move 40. Of course, white desperately doesn't want to lose c4, and it does look difficult. We've had rook e3, rook dc7. Yeah, what can white do here? Well, actually you can go rook d4, and has black miscalculated here? Maybe very badly. Rook d4, if you go rook c8, we've got knight e7 check, and if bishop f5, oh, we do have bishop f5. Yeah, although you can, no, then you can double on the back rank and threaten mate, and it's at least scary. It's very scary. So rook d4, what has he done? How's his clock time? And Anton's only down to 3 minutes. This might explain it. So rook d4, and what do you do? h6 gets out of the mate, but I don't trust it. I mean, there's g6. h5, same idea, but there's still g6. Oh, then we take on g4 check and can take on f5. So we're just okay there. Whoa, this is so close to getting out of control for Anton. I don't know why he gave away the d file here. So, okay, well, we've got Vincent Kamer, so take it away, Dina.
Welcome back to the live scene of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival 2020. We have here with us a very first winner of today, Vincent Kamer, who has just won his game with white pieces against Arkady Knightovich. Vincent, are you pleased with it? Of course, you're pleased with the result, but please show us what were the crucial moments of this game.
Yeah, I think first of all, opening was pretty normal. I mean, this is all still normal theory, I think. Okay, I mean, he played d5, which I didn't prepare, but okay. No, here I took my first think because I was not so sure. I mean, I can go d5, what I played, but of course there's also a move like bishop e3, but yeah, I thought in this case d5 might be pretty good because now his only bishop on g7 seems pretty bad, and yeah, I already got the pair of bishops, so I think this is now better for white. Okay, he took a5. Yeah, this was also pretty interesting because now, of course, he weakens the square f5, which could become very dangerous in long terms. But yeah, I also thought about h4 immediately here, actually. But yeah, I was not so sure how to start. I think, because I never thought he would play h5. I mean, it was like, I think he would have gone knight a6 and then bishop e3 would be the same position.
So you decided first to develop the piece.
Normal move first, yeah. And yeah, now with h4, I mean, the only problem for white is that it's actually not really threatening anything. And okay, maybe one of the points that now after knight fd7 there's just g4 as an idea. I'm not sure if it's very good, but yeah, now he doesn't have bishop f6, and because I already played h4, yeah. So this is one of the points that now he can't stop the pawns there.
And yeah, h5, I was really surprised because I thought after g4 this attack might be really dangerous here.
Was G4 your very first guess?
Yeah, I mean, I thought h5 was just bad because of g4. This was, now, okay, as he played it, I realized it's not as easy as I thought, because there's also a move like b5, I think. And yeah, there were some crazy lines with h5 here. I'm really not sure what's happening here. Okay, he takes hg6, f5. And yeah, I think now, okay, I can take this one if I want.
Sacrifice the bishop.
Yeah, well now queen g4 I get the piece back, but okay, he takes g6 and I thought this is okay, more or less alright for him. But I think what was the problem is rook h5 here. And now if he takes queen g4 and they're threatening queen e6 and the knight is staying, so I get the knight and keep g6. But yeah, I'm not sure now. I see that there are moves like queen e8. Okay, not sure, yeah. I mean, this was just like from far away, so...
This g6 pawn is attacking and protecting the king at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, it's...
In a way.
Not easy, yeah. Yeah, but I guess b5 also, I mean, what I was interested in is about just bishop f3, because now everything is under control, so I mean, b4, knight e2, and now I have a lot of time, yeah? There are no clear threats from black, so I can just go knight g3, h5, and slow attack, which I like better, because, yeah, I'm pretty safe here. And yeah, of course, knight g4, queen g4 was my main, what I thought about most, but I think I would have gone f5 immediately. And okay, of course, I will take this guy, and now maybe f4. Because it's not so easy. I mean, if I go to d2, then there are quite a few threats, and yeah, I don't really have an attack anymore, so like knight c5.
Can't you try to bring the other rook to the g1?
Yeah, it's not, okay, but the problem is that if I do this first, then there's rook f7, bishop d2, and okay, potentially this one is saying, of course, I can take d6 now, but yeah, maybe this is better to include rook g1. It's not so clear, but yeah, I still think that I should be much better here. And yeah, maybe this is also why you played knight b4, because it's, yeah, pretty annoying move.
And here we calculated in so various ways of going to knight c2 and taking that rook, but looks like it didn't work in any situation, right?
Yeah, it's not easy. I mean, I also thought about long castle. Also, yeah, maybe now f5 again. Yeah, I just don't like the bishop on d2. I mean, I always want to keep it on the diagonal g1, a7 if possible. And yeah, I think this is always the best chance for black because it somehow, yeah, destroys my attack. Yeah, so I was pretty happy to have this h5 move. I mean, not sure. This, okay, I just thought king d2. Actually, this is what I had planned. Okay, take. Yeah, and now just hg6. I mean, I didn't thought that I was mating here, but I think this position should be just very good for white.
Enough compensation, right?
Okay, I think it's better because even an endgame, I mean, like, if he tries queen f3, this is what I calculated, now queen e6, queen f6, and yeah, maybe just rook c1. I mean, he can't really take because of the rook e7, there's knight d5, and yeah, if he tries this, maybe I can even take this. This is good.
And here we can feel how a5 weakened the position.
Yeah, now knight
has
b5,
b5 square.
c4. I mean, I can never be worse. And yeah, so I don't need to exchange the queens if I don't want to. So I think this should still be very unpleasant for black. So better for white. But yeah, maybe this was the best chance to give this check. Yeah, after f5, queen g6, I believed maybe he forgot about queen g2 because queen g5, f4, h6, rook h6 was the idea of his idea, I believe. But okay, even this might be worse. But okay, I mean, I can take. And yeah, now there's fe3, but yeah, I can go rook h1, knight c2, king e2, and okay, this is better for white. And if he takes this, bishop b6. And yeah, also this was, okay.
And you always have a better endgame.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, here he also has some tricks, yeah, like rook f8 and f3, I don't know, with knight c2. Was not so clear to me. But yeah, of course, I mean, I think queen g2 should be just winning.
Way easier.
Yeah, king f7, and yeah, I was really happy to have this ef, because yeah, from now on I'm pretty sure that it's totally winning.
We were actually surprised by this move.
Yeah, it's like some kind of safety. I mean, after this move, it's, I mean, he has no counterplay anymore. Yeah, I mean, he can take on a1, but that's it. So yeah, I mean, I didn't really, yeah, this was surprising, but yeah, I mean, it's maybe the only idea. Yeah, queen b6 was all pretty logical. Okay, maybe I should have started h6, maybe easier. Yeah, but I calculated this line and just thought it's winning here. King b1, okay, he can't.
Yeah, he cannot take, yes, that's true.
Yeah, but I mean, something like rook h3 should be
Also
easily
possible,
winning
yeah.
as well. I mean, now just rook g3, okay, like some move trying to attack, but yeah, there's nothing pertinent. Okay, yes, rook f7, but there's always rook g8.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't really think that there's a way to prevent mate. So yeah, I think that some of this knight before was, I mean, if you place knight before, then you also has to take the exchange there. And yeah, I think
To
he
go for
blundered-
knight c2.
Yeah, I think he blundered queen g2, maybe.
All right, so this would be the last mistake, yeah, f5, in your opinion.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that, I mean, I don't believe that this is very good, but I mean, yeah, maybe best chance.
All right, fair enough. Now, may we ask you, how did you organize as a professional chess player? How did you organize your training time during the lockdown?
Okay, organizing is, yeah, I mean, I played a lot online, of course. I mean, I believe that I played more than 1,500 games in this time.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, which is not that much, but okay, at least it's something. And okay, earlier I played in the whole time like 200 before, so yeah, it was like total change there. I think training, of course, a lot of opening work, but yeah, I mean also like usual tactics, all this. It was just like, I mean, it was, the missing part was like playing, and with playing also preparing. Yeah, and if you prepare, you also go through all your
Yeah, you
openings and
have more
remember
pressure
everything.
and you're more
Yeah,
efficient,
and
yeah.
it's like much more serious, and you have to prepare, and this is very helpful. But I mean, yeah.
Otherwise, didn't change that much for your routine?
I mean, okay, I didn't go to school that much, so I had
Oh, so you
more
had
time.
even more time for chess?
Yeah, I had more time for chess,
Great.
and yeah, actually it was a chance for me to do a bit more than usual, and yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, and very good luck for the upcoming rounds.
Thank you.
Powerful stuff from 15-year-old Vincent Kamer as he defeats Katie Neidich and takes the tournament lead again, because the previous leader, Radoslav Voyasek, has drawn with Michael Adams of England. And we have 2 games still going, and unfortunately for the local fans, the game of Noel Studer is starting to get a little bit out of control against Pentala Harikrishna, the top seed. So we left it with after King F2 and Queen A5 was played. And this was exactly the sort of thing that I thought, well, you don't want to let the queen in before you've got to the time control. There are still quite a few moves to go to the time control. King, H8, knight E2, bishop back to G7. And here, well, White's got all sorts of ideas now, but the one I like is just to go H4, because if you go H5, that F7 pawn is going to be a real problem. And in some positions, maybe we can even go E4 and F5. I must admit, our king on F2 is a bit dodgily placed. But yeah, after H4, whether you play H5 or you don't play H5, you're going to have a weak G6, and you're going to have to just hurry back with your pieces. But unfortunately, if you hurry back with your queen, then the A7 pawn is going to be under attack. So you don't really want to do that. And yeah, you can't take on B3 because of back rank mates all the time. So it really doesn't feel very good at all. And yeah, objectively, black is probably okay, but White's got all the chances now. And you just never get rid of that bishop. The bishop's hanging around your king. So you've got all sorts of problems. So let's see. What can you do? It's and especially, well, okay, H3 by Hari Krishna. Now that is weird. Does he really want to go G4? It's a very slow way of playing things. So black has one tempo to do something here. Queen B6 looks very normal. I'm a little bit nervous that if you move away from A5, there might be a knight maneuver to D3, because our king is pretty safe on F3. And the bonus of knight C1, if we're allowed to do it without allowing queen D2 check, is that we're protecting B3, so we slow everything down a little bit. But okay, so h3, I still want to go queen b6, knight c1, rook d8, queen f7. I'm still not getting anywhere. I'm still tied down to that a pawn. Of course I can move it, but that seems pretty pointless. And there's one other idea. Well, no, black is fine. Black should leave the queen on a5. So as soon as white moves the knight somewhere to c1, there's queen d2 check. And I don't think there's any threats at all here for white, except maybe h4. So actually, if you muck around too much, then maybe white will go h4 under even better circumstances. So it's a tough position to play. And Studer is down, below 5 minutes, and there's still 7 moves for him to make before the time control. Now, remember, you get 45-second increment, but it's still better to have a safe king in time trouble than an unsafe king. Now, black's king is currently safe, but every time you try to do something, it becomes an unsafe king. And since white can throw caution to the wind, white doesn't actually have to worry about the fact that black might have an occasional check, as long as it's not mate. So, yeah, here h3 is not as good as h4, I'm sure, but it just says to black, well, what are you going to do next? And maybe the only consistent move is to go a6 and say, well, okay, what are you going to do next? But if you go a6, there is also queen a7, which could be annoying as well. So, no, it's tough finding the right way to play here. Okay, black has made a move, and it was queen b6. Okay, so here, knight c1 looks very sensible. Knight g1. Is that even better? Knight g1, knight f3. Wow. Then it's a question of whether black can crash through, but the white king can probably run away. So knight g1 looks like it's headed to a really good square. So, yeah, I like knight g1. And I would say that is getting really, really difficult then. So, well, Hari Krishna's got a bit of time, but not that much. He's also got about 5 minutes to go. And I'll quickly go back to the Edouard against Anton game, because here, instead of going rook d4, white went rook d3, and black decided to take the knight and play this position. And the real question here is, what happens after a move such as f6? Can black just go h6 and run away, or is something like g6 going to hurt you too much? So what I'm thinking was f6, h6, g6. And that's scary, because if pawn takes pawn, f7 is going to win. And rook d8 is mate is threatened at the moment. So that makes life tough. Maybe you can go rook c3 here. Probably you can, actually. Probably rook c3 is winning. Okay, so it's probably still winning for Anton, but he's got to be careful. And his clock is deteriorating rapidly. It's down to 2 minutes, but still no move from Edouard. I'm sure he wants to go f6. He also has a forcing line. Now, I'm not sure how good it is, but this is what he might be trying to calculate. King g6, rook g8, king here, take, and rook g7. And that might be a bit scary too. That certainly causes problems, I reckon. Yeah, well, if you lose f7, we might even get to take ace. Oh no, but it's not a 2 pawn position, so it's not so bad. Maybe this is playable. So as soon as you take on f7, we have to be able to take on g5, and we don't want to lose a7. So I guess that a5 is sort of necessary here. And then rook takes, king takes, rook takes. Okay, let's see that. So right now, I wouldn't be totally surprised if king takes pawn was winning. I know I've only got an A pawn, but white's king is so far away that I suspect we're going to do very, very well here with black. That's probably winning. So this is one line that Edward has to calculate, and the other is of course playing f6 immediately, but it does seem like h6 does the job to hang on, and if you hang on, you're doing fine. So we have had a move here in Hari Krishna's game, 2 moves in fact. After h3, queen b6, Hari Krishna decided he wanted to play f4, and Studer went a5. What a move. And why can he not simply take on f5 now? Pawn takes, queen takes. And I guess as soon as that happens, queen takes b3. And then there's bishop e4. And you're in all sorts of bother. So no, this is going down the drain, I think. So takes, bishop b4 is huge. Rook f8, maybe. What about queen g6? How are these endings? Well, if you lose b3, then black will be winning all those endings. So you can't really afford that. But if you can find a good square for your queen, you can go bishop e4. But there isn't really a good square for the queen. In fact, the only one to avoid a swap is queen d7. And now you still can't take on b3 though. And you don't have an attack, and it's bad. It's just a really difficult position. I don't believe h5 at all, whether it's knight g3 or bishop f7. Yeah, okay, maybe you have to go h5, but unfortunately, Studer is falling apart here. And this is, well, you actually have a look at this position, and it's hard to believe that this was a position where black had the big pawn center. He had pawns on c5 and d5 and f5 and g6, and white was just stuck around pawns on the 3rd rank, and suddenly the whole thing's collapsed. He's won the exchange, but yeah, the basic problem was impatience, trying to calculate stuff with not a lot of time before move 40, instead of playing just neutral moves to get to move 40 and then work out what to do. Stuff with not a lot of time. I think Studer is in all sorts of bother. Objectively, he's probably still drawing, but now he's got to find another 5 good moves before the time control. And okay, here we have Romain's game. So he just swapped and took the 7th rank. And right now I would regard that as just too slow. So whenever you go f6, we've got to be able to go h6. That's the key to the position. White's king can't help much. So okay, a5 is a good move. And it was played. Now we would normally go behind the b pawn. And if you play rook b4, then we'll play f6. And white's pawns can advance, sorry, black's pawns can advance, but very, very slowly. Now, maybe that doesn't matter. I mean, f6, h6. In fact, at any moment, perhaps black can play h6 and just play a 2 against 1 endgame, which should be winning. So rook b7 played. You definitely want to play rook b4 because you don't want the white king entering the game. So he will go rook b4, I would say. He hasn't played it though. Whoa, he's played rook c8. And that has the plan. Rook takes pawn, rook a8, and pushing that pawn. And white will have to block it. And here it's all a question of whether the black king can squirm its way out, because white is going to run out of moves at some point. So let's say we play king g7, you go king g4. So we either go h6 or f6 around here. Actually, f6 looks pretty good. Not that we have a direct threat. Probably our threat is to take and go h6 check and then king f6. So this is probably winning. So rook c8 was move 40, and Anton has found a way that, well, should be very, very close to winning with a rook behind the passed pawn. And as long as your king can get out, it'll be fine. So the only other thing I can think is what happens after rook takes, rook a8. And if we start with f6, okay, I'll push. You'll block one square further back. I'll go h6, king up, and probably just rook here. And that should be enough. King h7 is winning. The only other thing I can think of is king here, but rook takes pawn check, king takes pawn, rook g6 check, takes on f6. Oh no, we can't do that because we've lost our a pawn. So what do we do here? If pawn takes, king up, and now we can probably just push an alternative pawn, because if you go for mate, we'll just go rook back here, and you can't make any progress around here. So it looks scary, but I think Anton has calculated correctly that he only needs one passed pawn and he'll be fine. So Studer decided not to take back on f5. So he played queen f6 and then came pawn takes and pawn takes. Well, the one bonus for black here is he's not getting back rank mated. The negative is if white can go knight g3, knight e4, knight g5, he might be getting back rank mated. So knight g3, if you try to pin it, we'll go king f3 and knight e4 later. Maybe there's some checks, but I don't completely trust them. And Hari Krishna decided to save the b3 pawn. That is curious indeed. I certainly don't want to go g5 here because I'm not really threatening much. So 3 moves to go, 1 minute on the clock for Studer. And yeah, so yeah, we're waiting on Anton to resign, but I believe Dina's got some news for us. So welcome, Dina.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we did have 2 interviews. One was between the Radoslav Voyasek and Michael Adams, whose game has finished in a draw. And we also had Vincent Keimer, the winner of first winner for today. Yes, and speaking about the second one, apparently f5 was the last mistake. And also, Vincent mentioned that probably if a5 and knight b4 could be somehow explained, that would be to try to go for the quality. Knight c2 yes. And knight takes a1.
Yep. So, yes. But yeah, he wasn't, well, he was scared out of it, I guess.
Absolutely, absolutely. But objectively speaking, perhaps it was not, it was not about to call it.
The exchange.
Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, but it just looked like a terrific game by Keimer. He was brave, and bravery is often rewarded, and certainly was here. And yeah, I don't think did Voyasek feel like he had anything?
Not really. I wouldn't say so. Yeah, they were. They both did not didn't give much details due to the fact that yeah, there was not of a big not a big issue out of that opening, actually.
Yeah,
for Black.
yeah, it's not the most exciting of all time.
Yes.
So
I got the feeling that they were somehow even maybe a little bit sad because things were a little bit boring. But that's my subjective point of view.
yeah, no, it could be true. Remembering in this tournament that wins are so valuable, 4 points is a lot, as Kamer is showing at the moment. So, yeah, and yeah, the Studer game, well, I wouldn't be surprised if Studer is still okay, but he is mucking around at the moment. And I can't even see a productive plan for him. His last move was Rook F8, by the way. And if he takes on B3, we take on A5, and you really can't get anywhere there. In fact, that'll simply increase White's chances because White's already got 2 pawns for the exchange. And if he doesn't have to worry about B3 anymore, he's really going well. So Rook F8 was played, I suppose, to stop some ideas of Knight F4, F5 and Knight F4 at some point, but White's king would have had to improve a bit. But really, okay, Rook F8, King G2, and Black has no simple way to make a draw here. It's just going to be suffering, I reckon. There'll be possibly H4, H5, or Knight G3, Knight E4, Knight G5, maybe Queen D2. No, sorry, you can't go to D2. Oh, yes, we can. And no, because E3 is hanging. So this could actually be a draw after Rook B8, and but he didn't play it. He played Queen B4. So Studer is still trying to win this position, and it's really hard to justify. Now that you've left the 6th rank, I think I want to go Queen C2. And what will he do? Queen B6 again, bit sad. So unless he's planning to invade with Queen E1, but I have to say a 1-queen attack is highly unlikely to get very far. So for example, Queen C2, Queen E1, I think I'll start with Queen D3, and then, yeah, your Queen's doing absolutely nothing down there.
Yeah,
you might be able to
queen
swap
cannot
queens.
do any danger here.
Yeah. Although the one thing the Black Queen might be able to do is swap queens, because if you swap queens, then the B3 pawn really is a problem. But I think White is avoiding that reasonably well. And by the way, Edouard played the most amazing move, King G4. So his plan is to ignore the A pawn for a while and just get his king up the board, combine that with G6 perhaps, and get some sort of a G6, maybe an F6, or get his king to H6 and see what happens. It's very, very ambitious, but well, it's the only try for counterplay. The question is whether it's fast enough. So Black can certainly play A4, but maybe then you go behind it and B5, and then you're a bit slow because we go King H5, and then I'm not really sure how Black is doing it. So you'd want to start with Rook A8, but then I presume the idea is to go King A5, and if A4, G6, and try and draw it that way. Now, maybe it's too slow, but it's at least something that Anton has to calculate.
It's his only choice to get some counterplay, and especially to put the opponent under pressure.
Yeah, if you take on B6 and we go Rook A8 and you go defensive, yeah, sure. It's really nothing happening at all. So White has to try something like that. So let's see. I'll go Rook A8. So King H5. A4. G6, let's say. Take. A3. So you do have to be super fast here. So Rook check, King F8, Rook H7. So if the pawn was 1 square further up, or you had to check on the 6th rank, it'd be all over. But it isn't. So rook a4. So king f6. And if you check on f4 now, then we'll go king e6, and when you go a2, we'll go behind it and then try to take the b pawn. Now, maybe that's not working. In fact, probably it's not working. So here, king e5, let's say, pawn up, rook behind, rook f2, king d5, and let's see, how do we make progress? b5. And b4, b3 will win.
Yeah, there is no way to stop this one.
Yeah, so it is still winning, but it's not fun to imagine that there might be a swindle draw in there. So I really like king g4, and Anton is using a decent amount of his extra half hour that he got at move 41 to make sure he's got it right. Oh, he has moved, and he's played rook a8. So he is planning to push pawns and see what happens after that.
Talking about swindles, we had this discussion yesterday. So I checked the book title. It is called "The Complete Chess Swindler: How to Save Points from Losing Positions."
Right.
From lost positions by David Smerdon.
Yeah. And Smerdon is good at that. Definitely, he definitely has the qualifications to write a book like that. And I've read it. It's a seriously good book. It will no doubt challenge for Book of the Year next year. All the last year's Book of the Years have been won, and I'm actually a little bit surprised that there hasn't been any nominations for the Anand Files, which I thought was simply the Book of the Year last year. But there's certainly the ones that have won have been quality books. So it was simply not books by quality chess last year, but quality chess books. We have actually in our Studer game got Queen E1 played. And if Queen takes G6, no, you're too slow.
No, there is Queen E2.
3. So Queen D3 looks just right. And we're threatening to start moving our knight somewhere good. So I just don't see a good move after Queen D3. Is there any? Well, I can't get the rook in the game. Can I go? No, the bishop. Oh well, the only square I can imagine the bishop going to is H4.
And we already have a move, which is bishop F3, not Queen D3.
Okay. So bishop F3, why not? So he wants to take on G6. Okay. Well, I was thinking about bishop F6 anyway, but I'm really thinking about it now because you can't take on G6. So if I can annoy you, it's my job done. So, and if, for example, play knight G3 now, I suppose I can go bishop H4. No, I can't. Or can I? I probably can. Queen G6, Queen G3 is... Oh, but you've got bishop D1 at the end. Even Queen G6 is possible. But I was also wondering about knight E4. But somehow I feel like I'm walking into something there. Queen takes E3. Yeah, so I don't really want to do that. So bishop H4 is a serious problem. And I'm not sure how it's going to work out.
So black is trying to use the opportunity on the dark squares.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this. Knight G3, bishop H4, queen takes pawn, Takes, takes, takes. Now white does currently have 3 pawns for the exchange, but I want to start with rook b8, bishop back,
d1, only
and
move.
then rook b4. And white will be racing 4 pawns and I'll be racing 1, but I can imagine that that 1 will be rather annoying. Now, I'm sure white can draw by racing the king over to help stop the c-pawn, but can white actually try to win this? It's hard to say. But all right, it's not that attractive for black though, which means, can you waste a move with king g7, or are we just going to go knight e4? Actually, e3 is hanging, so king g7 might be a bit annoying. And if you go e4 now, then bishop d4, and I can well imagine that things are going wrong.
Yes, certainly. You cannot
Badly
defend both f2 and g1.
G1, yeah. Okay, so, well, so bishop f3. Yeah, what did black play? Black played king h7. All right. Same idea, but I'd much rather be on g7 than h7, but anyway. So, queen d3, I suppose. Bishop f6. And then bishop h4 later. So, I mean, queen d3 is what he's going to play, I reckon. Unless bishop e4 is good. But it seemed bishop e4, rook f6 looks okay. h4, h5 then, you never know. It's all the chances seem to be with white at the moment. And this is sort of what I was worried about when Studer went, off on a little attack. Okay, queen d3 played before move 40 and allowed white a lot of counterplay. Okay, we've rook a8 played, and now Edouard went g6 immediately. So I think we will take with the h-pawn just to be safe. Takes again. Takes. King up. a4. Well, this is a tempo more than the other line. Somehow. So this is a much better chance for white to make a draw.
Couldn't you take the b6 pawn? Didn't you have enough time for that?
Take it here. You mean here, sorry. So if king g7, you're playing king g5, yeah? So let's go a4. Take, king here, rook here, pawn up, rook back, pawn up, rook here, and I'm guessing black is too quick.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely, fair enough. Just check on king b.
Yep. So king g5 though is the scary move. And now, nice idea.
And maybe, yeah, this is what we have on the board.
Right. Have we got it on the board? Not yet.
No, not yet.
Because after g6,
now we have only g6.
Are we fast enough with a4? Rook f7. a3. Rook takes pawn. a2. f6. a1.
There should not be any
f7.
perpetual. You cannot, because
King
the queen
here.
controls.
And if g7, I'll take it. Yeah. The queen controls everything. So that is very fast. If pawn takes pawn on f7, I'm quite sure you're not doing anything. I'll go king f8 and then push my pawn. So that's pretty good. And yeah, if you take on h7, that's more of a worry. So I'll take, you take, king back, rook somewhere, a3, I'm too fast. Just too fast for the white king. Yep,
May I
a3
try
and
something? May I try something very awkward? The position when we had with 2 pawns and then you pushed a pawn to the queen. Then we said f7 didn't work. That
okay,
exact
yes,
moment.
here.
Can I try
Yes.
something like rook g7, rook f7, rook
Okay, e7, because the only way to run away.
and g7? No, you will just stop it, yeah, with your queen. Isn't there anything to try?
Yeah, I've got queen g1 check, and then my rook can move, and
Right.
I'll be okay. Yep.
Fair enough.
But it's close. Yeah, and again, g6 is one of these very practical moves to force your opponent to have problems just when he thought he didn't have problems.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about, or maybe trying to bring the king as well, but okay, it's just a queen, simple queen up, so nothing to expect.
Yeah, so this is, well, it should be fast enough for black. Everything you know about endings indicates that rubbish like g6 shouldn't work. But it's just annoying to have to calculate lots of different options. And, well, yeah, I mean, I don't see a really clear win apart from a4, because taking twice on g6, just king g5, maybe there's some tricky way to play it, but, you know, the king g6 there. Let's try again. Take, maybe I was being stupid. Takes, king up, a4, king takes, a3. I think this is the position we had before. Rook check, king f8, rook h7, and rook a4. It is the same position we had before. This is winning. And maybe this is simpler.
Right. You just have 2 passed pawns.
Yeah, simpler than giving away f and h pawn and banking on your a pawn. So in fact, he has taken once with the a pawn. He took back, and yeah, he'll take back again, I guess. And he is too fast. But again, it was just one tempo, I think, for the white king trying to get back and the black king trying to get to b3. So it wasn't the simple plan that we thought. Still no move, by the way, from Studer after queen d3. That is quite a long think, I believe. Yeah, he's been going now for, hang on, no, I'm wrong. How long has he been thinking? 6 minutes. So he's still got enough time, but yeah, it's just one of those positions where I'd just rather be white. So, you know, I don't think bishop f6 and this sort of thing is going to work, and therefore, what do you do if you can't play bishop f4 and bishop f6 and bishop h4? Well, there's not much going on. Okay, more moves in Anton's game. Oh, almost this. He did take on b6 here, and now a4 looks like game over. And probably king f7 is pretty good too. I was only thinking king g7, king g5, but king f7 and you'll never be trapped in, and you can go over and help your pawn whenever you want. So that looks pretty good too. So yeah, I think if Anton plays king f7, then Edouard will resign, because there's no point playing on there. And Anton will jump from his current 5.5 points up to 9.5 and have just about caught Neidich, which will be pretty amazing. So you really can jump around with these 4 points for the win. And Studer really should not lose to Hari Krishna, but I have a horrible feeling that's exactly what's going to happen.
I guess from the practical point of view, yes,
Sorry,
I guess from the practical point of view, it's very difficult to play this position with black, because you have quality, and you have knight and two pawns, but it's an endgame, and these pawns are connected. They're extremely dangerous.
Yeah. I'm just worried G6 could become weak at any moment as well.
Absolutely. It looks like even that the black king is actually in more danger than the white one.
Yeah, which is why I just didn't understand why black didn't go bishop f6 and king g7. That looks 10 times safer, and with bishop h4 as well, up your sleeve. So
that will be one more question to ask during the interview.
Yeah. So okay, king f7 played, and I think you're about to have an interview with Anton very, very soon. He played one rook b7 check. It's pretty pointless after king e6. So
absolutely. Yeah, and we do have the result, which means that I have to leave you, but I will be back soon with the guest.
Okay, great. So we look forward to that interview. Anton has defeated Eduard. So the Spaniard moves up from second last, overtakes Eduard, and is now sitting just behind Nadic in 6th place. So suddenly David Anton is back in the race. So our last game, well, we're waiting on Studer to make a move, and he refuses to do so, probably because he's just disappointed at what he's done to his position. 10 moves ago, White could do absolutely nothing, but by the time they got to the time control, White had picked up a pawn, had avoided losing b3, and Black had gone for the big queen e1 that didn't really get anywhere. So well, perhaps bishop f6, bishop h4 is the best way to try to make a draw here. And even then, we might be able to prevent bishop h4 by a queen d7 check and a queen g4. So it's not a lot of fun. And the more he thinks, the more he'll get into time trouble, the harder it is going to be to stop Hari Krishna from winning. And if Hari Krishna does win, he then will be sitting just behind Vincent Kaymer. So that will he will move up to 17 points, overtake Voyasek, overtake Adams, and be in very, very good shape. So there's just the one game going here in Biel, and it may well go for a while longer, but there will be an interview soon with David Anton, and I think he'll be pretty chuffed to have got his first win, and it was a tough one with Black against Romain Eduard. The Frenchman certainly looked like he was going okay, but he left a lot of weak pawns behind, and eventually David Anton picked them off bit by bit, and when he got to a rook ending, he just had too many of them. So Anton's only 25 years old, so you would expect him to have pretty fast hands for the rapid tournament, the Blitz tournament that's coming up. And the Blitz tournament is a double round robin. Each win is only worth 1 point, but you've got 14 games. So a really good result in the Blitz can move you up the standings in this triathlon. Just to repeat, it's 4 points for a win in classical, 2 points for a win in rapid, and 1 point for a win in Blitz. And we've already had the rapid tournament that was won by, who was it? Hari Krishna or Voyasek? One of the top seeds. And Vincent Kaymer was also up there. In both the rapid and the Chess 960 tournament, which is the tiebreaker, those three, Kaymer, Voyasek, and Hari Krishna, were very well placed, and it was it was expected those three would be fighting for first place, and indeed they are. But Michael Adams, after his win yesterday against Kaymer, has suddenly come into contention. So Noel Studer, his clock is counting down bit by bit. I believe he's down to about 12 minutes now. Is that right? No, he's still got 14, so he's not too badly off. but he did have 28 when he started thinking, so that is a bit unfortunate. Pentala Harikrishna is probably the most in-form player in this tournament, having played an over-the-board tournament in February in Prague. So he's only had to wait 5 months to play a tournament, whereas the others have got 6 months if they played in Vaikanze, for example. And of course, Hari Krishna's had a very long career, so 5 months for him is probably the longest. He hasn't played for a long, long time. Yeah, he was a 15-year-old grandmaster, and now he's 34, so that's a fairly long period. He was World Under-10 champion back in 1996. So we're really going back now, nearly a quarter of a century. And he has played in Biel before, but I think only in the Open tournament and in 2013. And I'm pretty sure he didn't win it. Oh no, that's right. He did win it, and he qualified for the top group. And there he played with Voyasek and Vache Legrave, and this was one of in 2014. Yeah, he finished third behind those two. Still no move from Studer. It's very strange. Yeah, Vincent Studer is 23, so a little bit younger than Anton, and he lives in southern Germany. But it is his first really big tournament, and so far he's been suffering a bit. He finished last in the Rapid tournament and has got 1 draw and 1 loss so far in the Classical. So he really doesn't want to lose this one. You know, he had control of this game most of the way. The secret behind Hari Krishna's defense was he never gave black anything clear. All the wins or the attacks that looked promising were all he's finally moved bishop f6. Were all sort of vague, and none of them yielded the force twin he thought perhaps should be there. So okay, he's played bishop f6, 1 move too late, but probably better late than never. So bishop h4 is coming. So he let's see. Oh, he actually, my idea of queen d7 and queen g4 allows bishop f4 anyway. Sorry, bishop h4 anyway. So let's see, queen check, king presumably h6, fewer checks. So we can either go queen d6 or we can go queen g4. Now queen g4 is the one I thought I wanted to play. Queen d6, maybe rook f7, although the white squares don't look healthy. Well, let's see. Queen here, rook f7, queen here. Can I just go bishop h4? I suspect I can. I will get that bishop with check, and I should be able to get the knight with check if I do the right thing. Not totally sure. Yeah, I should be able to. So then, no, this is not working well. So I should play queen g4. The interview with Anton is coming up, and so I'll pass over to Dina.
Welcome back to the live studio of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival 2020. David Anton has just won his game in the round 3 with black pieces against Roman Eduard. David, are you pleased with the way things went in this game?
Yeah, totally. I got good position after the opening, so I was pressing all the game. I wasn't sure if I was going to win, but a draw was for sure. So yeah, it was more or less an easy game considering I didn't have any chance to lose.
Do you think what was the critical mistake?
To be honest, I don't know. We played a very theoretical line, and he told me after the game that he totally forgot the main line, that it is here the g5, c takes, bishop takes here, bishop takes c4, d takes, and e6, if I'm not wrong. And I think I actually have one game already against Harika Tronabali that I made a draw here with black. He told me he couldn't remember, and he played bishop c1. That I don't think it's already a mistake, but it is not the main line, and I guess it is for a reason. After 95, bishop takes. Probably f3 was better here, but he took. And here, I think the position is already good for black. I don't know if he can equalize somehow, but black is already better. And then we got decent game, but I think it's better for black, but not so easy. And I don't know if white has a better defense, but the way it went, it looked like I was pressing for free. Yeah, it's hard to propose something for white. I don't know, but here probably he had.
We were a little bit worried about this knight e3. We were not convinced that it was necessary to do that immediately.
Yeah, here, right? Yeah. Also, I thought other moves like king g7, but I was thinking a lot that I decided to play knight e3. Probably not the best move, yeah.
Were you already playing for a win here, or not necessarily?
Yeah, of course. I think yes, I can just be better here. But yeah, you are right, probably knight e3 is not the best move. Actually, during the game I got the same conclusion, that it was not the best move, but I saw it was enough to play for a win, so I just played. But here I realized that white has very good drawing chances, and yeah, it was not so easy.
So when was the last mistake then that
here I wasn't sure about the position. Probably here a5 is not necessary. I think it's clear advantage for black, but after a5 I just take the pawn and it's a pawn for free, and still the position looks very good. So probably a5 was not the best move. And after that I think probably my position is also winning. Here I wasn't sure when I played rook d7 if white has some ideas with mate in the last rank, but I didn't see anything. I think maybe it's still winning.
So looked uncomfortable, needed to check all these swindles possible, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
And may I ask you back to the opening part when
yeah, sure.
There was no that moment that Romain was thinking for Biel.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time here after queen h5. That's very theoretical position.
Do you think he was considering the line when taking on d5, e takes, and then bishop e2, trying to make a partition? Bishop e2,
maybe.
queen h3, and
yeah, I think
and bishop f1. We were considering this option, and it was actually interesting. If because when I'm playing with white, you do not want to make a draw that early, right?
Yeah, of course, but sometimes if you don't remember, it makes sense to just make a quick draw. So I don't know what he was thinking, to be honest. Maybe this line. Also, there is here interesting line with h4. It's a new line. It's a bit complicated that Vallejo played against so, and it's quite unclear. It seems black is okay, but you need to know a bit. Maybe he was considering to play this line. Probably he was just remembering, and I don't know, to be honest. Yeah.
If you were in his place, would you seriously consider this repetition in the case that you do not remember that much the theory?
I don't know. I cannot imagine exactly this position, but in other position I made that. So it's always a possibility when you don't remember anything. It's not a very bad result. So yeah, maybe, who knows.
All right, that's a very nice win. Anyway, may I ask you now, during the lockdown, how did you organize your training sessions?
Oh, to be honest, I didn't train too much. When I don't have a tournament to play, because of course this tournament wasn't sure if I was going to play just 20 days before I knew it, so I didn't have a tournament. So to be honest, I spent some months without training basically at all, just playing some online chess and watching games, but no serious training. Then when I got this tournament, it was easier for me to get some motivation, and I started to train hardly.
So you're more kind of a practical player?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that having no competition decreases the motivation of a player.
In my case, it's exactly like that. Yeah, if I don't have any competition, it's hard for me to train, to study. Of course, I do it, but not as I do it if I have a tournament. I find a lot of motivation when I'm going to compete.
All right, thank you very much. We wish you all the best for the upcoming rounds.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, and thank you to Dina and of course to David Anton, who had a fine victory today over Romain Edouard. And we've got to a rather critical position with Hari Krishna and Studer. It was one we looked at, and now Queen D6 has been played, and Black decided not to play Rook F7 here. I'm not exactly sure why. Possibly there's an F5 move that could be embarrassing. He simply went King G7. So Queen D7 check now. Well, we can probably play Rook F7, or we could perhaps play King 8. Well, we could make a draw with King H6. So White needs something better, and it's probably going to be F5. Because that stops Bishop H4, and you need to stop Bishop H4. Then if we take it, probably Knight G3, and already Black is in severe danger. Is there any other sort, I guess? And so F5, I'm a bit nervous. I don't know what to do. Rook D8, maybe, but you could. Yeah, Rook D8 is possible. Okay, so this is still very, very complicated. King G7 is like, well, not quite a draw offer, but yeah, because Queen D7, Rook F7 now. So what is Black's threat? Is it's only Bishop H4. So all we have to do is stop that, and it does look like F5 stops that. And I just don't see a good move after F5. Let's promote this variation, F5. So if we take Knight G3, and I'm genuinely scared that Black is going to lose this. So after F5, I can go Rook D8 and try to come to D2. That looks interesting. You do have Queen C7 check then, and then you take on G6, and now everything's going pear-shaped. There's Rook E8 to try the same sort of idea by taking on E3, but after Rook E8, I think you can just take on C5 and protect E3, and that doesn't look like it's working either. Although then we could go Bishop H4 perhaps. And suddenly things might be working, and yet even there, yeah, maybe. Okay, so the line I'm looking at is something like Rook E8, Queen takes pawn, Bishop here, E4, and can we just take on E4? And will that work out okay? Probably. Maybe even very probably. So Hari Krishna has to avoid that, in which case, well, he has to go F5, I think. And I think I'm being joined in the commentary box by Dina. Welcome back.
Thank you, Ian. I've just had an interview with Spanish player David Anton, who won his game. That was very nice one. Yes, actually, as Romain said, he did not remember that much the opening line. So that caused the thinking.
Yeah, well, it's very, very strange because Edouard chose 5e4, and the only really, really theoretical line against it is d5, knight e4, and so on. And yeah, there's so much modern theory. I think Vacher Lagrave has used it regularly in the last year. So yeah, it's at least knowing those games would have been useful. But there was the Paco Vallejo game that was mentioned by Anton that I didn't know about, and that's a crazy line. Let's have a look at what he was mentioning, and it was a long way back.
Yes, actually, he also said that he himself had a game against Harika. So this means that Romain could have potentially already seen Anton playing that.
Right. Yeah, quite possibly. So here he was saying after Queen H5, there was something super tricky he mentioned, wasn't there?
H4, I guess.
H4, that's right, yeah. And knight takes pawn, bishop E2. I think he was saying knight G4 was necessary. And now F3. And the question is this completely winning for white? Obviously not, because they wouldn't be playing it if it was. So is it knight E3 and knight takes G3 here, which would be very, very weird. Yeah, you do seem to be going a piece down, but as David said, you simply have to know it.
Absolutely.
Is it? Okay, knight G3, I'm worried about taking on G4. Otherwise, I'd take on G3 first and go knight E3. I can take on C3 here, but after pawn takes, it seems like I'm still going down a piece. So, but there's queen G6. Okay, this looks crazily complicated. Queen G6. If queen takes queen, I play bishop takes pawn check first. But can you go bishop D3? Oh, then I may go queen F6 and E5, and I don't know, who knows? It's complicated, absolutely.
Yes,
but H4 is, yeah, sorry, go on.
No, continue.
I was just going to say H4 is a crazy looking move, but it's got some tactics behind it. It definitely looks like a lot of fun to play with both colors. Yes,
indeed. So anyway, speaking about the end game they had, the final mistake was, as far as I remember, that moment that he played, that he took that pawn on A5 was there. Starting from that moment, the position was already pretty much.
You mean when he played A5 was a blunder, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And yet the last fact that I should mention about that game is probably that, funny enough, David also regretted playing knight E3 just after he did it.
Right. Yeah, I can sort of understand that, because it seemed to give away one of your good pieces for one that you could get to exchange for the knight at any time. But well, he still had a few weak pawns to have a go at, so he might regret it, but he's still better.
Absolutely. And he was already playing for a win.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so we still have no move by Hari Krishna. Now, I guess he's got a fair bit of time here, but even so, no, he's down to just 12 minutes. Oh, he's moved too. He took on C5. Okay, so I want to go bishop H4. And I presume white will go E4. And then black will play what? Is rook takes F4 a move? As trying to make an opposite bishop draw, but probably does actually. So rook takes F4. If queen C7, I can come back. Yeah, so a queen E5, I can probably come back. And if knight takes, I'll go queen check. And actually, that's getting very dangerous. So yeah, okay, that looks drawable, definitely. So he played bishop H4 almost immediately.
Yes. We do have bishop
And
h4 on the board.
does he want to throw a check in, or does he want to play e4? I think he'll play e4 and give black chances to go wrong. Because why would you use up a check on d4 or on e5? Well, actually, e5 is not a good check because it doesn't cover f2. Now, I wonder after e4 if you can go queen g1 at some point, just to dislodge the queen. But I think Studer's got enough here to hang on for a draw.
Absolutely.
Problem is, he shouldn't have been hanging on for a draw. He should have been playing for a win in this game. Yeah, it's good that he's defended okay, but honestly, from what he had to this, it shouldn't have been necessary. Yeah, he's been resourceful when he had to, but when he needed to push through, he just couldn't find the incisive continuations.
Absolutely. So, from the one hand, he might be relieved with the draw, and the other hand, we're not satisfied at all.
Yeah, this is part of the theory that chess is not a zero-sum game. It's actually a negative sum game. That is, if these two draw, both of them are probably disappointed. So there's less happiness in the world. And very often, if someone wins, they're not as happy as the person who loses is unhappy. So again, there's less happiness in the world as a result of chess. So
I remember there was
a bit of a problem.
Absolutely, and I remember there was one of the great legends saying about that it's maybe you recall the name. That's the idea was that if the joy of a win was as high as the sadness of a loss, then I would be the happiest person on the earth.
Yep. And well, at the moment, Carlsen might be the happiest person, I guess. But the people who win more will be happier. But really, a lot of times when people win, they feel like, yes, I deserved it. And so they're not so happy as satisfied. Whereas the person who loses is seriously disappointed and felt that, that any missed opportunity you should have taken. So queen d4 check played. What is the difference if we go, okay, if we go king h6, then after e4, we cannot take on f4 because queen h8 mate. So black is going to have to step carefully here. I suspect king g8 is safe if you're happy with the draw, and I presume black is happy with the draw.
Fair enough.
Because king g8, bishop d5, king h7, and you've just put all your pieces on the wrong square. So king h6, e4, I think he could be getting into trouble there. Yeah, so it'll be king h7 or king g8. Even though I feel bad about going to a white square, I'm prepared to do it. And maybe h7 is just more practical because you don't want bishop d5 played when you're not looking. So reduce all the checks to just queen checks. Yeah, king h7, e4, rook takes f4. That looks absolutely fine. None of the checks do much good. Yeah, black is okay, I think. I'm trying to find sneaky checks here for white. Yeah, after king h7, queen d7, followed by queen g4, but allowing queen f2 check just doesn't make sense. And in fact, yeah, it's not going to be a winning try. It'll only be a losing try.
Anyway, it means that after all, Noel has listened to you and brought his bishop on the h4.
You think they can hear from inside the playing hall?
Yeah, it's maybe here. her spiritually.
Right. And okay, so let's look forward to the next round, because our tournament leader, Vincent Kamer, is getting another really tough pairing, and that is Black against Hari Krishna, who, well, he didn't look too good with White today, but he'll be really looking to take down Kamer and get back into the race for first place, assuming he doesn't win this one, of course. But so that'll be a very big game. And we've also got Naidic against Voyasek. So that's fifth against second, in fact. So Hari Krishna is actually in fourth place with Adams just ahead of him. No, I'm wrong. Hari Krishna is ahead of Adams. Adams will get Edouard. Edouard will not be feeling too good after today's game. So that's a real chance, white pieces for Adams to be doing well. He's looked pretty good in this tournament so far, Michael Adams. And one more game, Studer, assuming he holds, he won't be feeling too bad, but he'll be playing Anton, another black, but full of confidence. And well, yeah, that'll be a real test for Studer again, because yeah, he's one of the problems with losing a few early games is everybody picks on you. They've decided to target you, and white or black, people are going to be playing for a win against Studer. And you could see Hari Krishna, even when he had a bad position, he wanted to keep it alive. Still no move from Studer. Surely it's not that difficult to get out of check. So 4 minutes already. He's down to 9. Same number as Hari Krishna. But very curious to waste your time here.
But you know what? Maybe it will be actually in Studer's favor, because when you're an underdog, everyone actually underestimates you, and they have the proof for that. That if you remember the first day of chess 960, we had Studer who won his very first point, and it was last round, and he won against Radoslav Voyasek, and by the means actually guaranteed to Pentala Krishna the
first place, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was after 6 losses in a row. So
yeah,
by the law
of
averages. Yeah,
yes,
I agree.
What I mean is that if he uses it correctly, he can actually also get an advantage out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd just rather he didn't use the drunk machine gunner theory that you know, you'll hit anything or everything, but you may well hit yourself as well. And you just hope that the gun's aimed in the right direction. So a move played, and what? Okay, it looks like there was an instant reply. So he went to h6, which looked like the only really bad square to me. And so e4, which he hasn't. Well, I'm sure he's played it. I saw Hari Krishna move, I think. No, maybe he hasn't. He has now. So e4 played. And you cannot take on f4. So what are you going to do? This is weird. What else have you got? Rook d8. Queen e3. Rook d8. Queen e3. Rook d3 maybe? Is that really a possibility? Because that would be wild if it worked. Takes, check, king in the corner, check on f1, so there's no knight g1, and draw. Oh no, no, not draw. King h2, and bishop g2. What am I doing? No draw at all.
And what about knight g8? Oh, knight g1, sorry, knight g1.
Knight g1, queen takes queen was my idea.
Okay, yes, true.
But unfortunately, bishop g2 is going to work. So what do we do here? Oh, can we go to the back rank and win?
Wow. I have a check f4, but there is bishop g5.
Okay, it's not winning yet.
Aha.
But
Bishop
it's close.
F2. Bishop F2.
I want to start with this one first. Oh, but I can't play Bishop F2 now.
No, now you
So
cannot.
Bishop F2 immediately. I just didn't see the threat. Oh, the threat is Bishop G1, perhaps.
Or Bishop G3. You can play. Queen C3 is the only move, and now Bishop G3, and the knight is
King G2 then.
and Queen F2. Checkmate.
Very good. Yep. Queen F2 knight. So
yeah, it's
Black's winning. What? No. Rook D8. Have we got another square for the queen? Well, we have Queen G1, which was my bailout move before. But then take and Rook D3, and then I'm scared. Because if you win B3, then your A pawn is super strong. So where else can you go? Queen.
Yes, he did play Rook D8, judging by the picture on the webcam.
Good. Okay, so where on earth can the queen go?
Yeah, that's very interesting moment.
What about queen? Oh no, there's no checks. Where can I create a check when the rook moves? Oh, I can go to C5 with the king on H6.
And we already have a move, which is Queen C5. No.
Right.
No. Yes.
No?
Wait.
Well, I don't. Well, okay. Is there another move? And the fact he played it fairly quickly. Well, they are in time trouble. Remembering that there's no more added time, but they will be on 45-second increments around here, so it's not that bad. So it looks like we haven't had a move yet. Yeah.
I think it's a Queen C5, judging by the video that I can see on the broadcast. But
okay. I've got a separate shot, but it doesn't help me.
yeah, we don't have it yet updated in the base.
But okay, let's assume it's Queen C5. So
the queen is standing just after the plastic corona border, so it should be Queen C5.
Okay, so it's on the 5th rank. Yeah. Okay, so it'll be on. Yep. It's on the opponent's side of the plexiglass, which would be the sort of thing you put in annotations.
Absolutely, it's Queen C5.
Okay, so if we play Rook D1 now, that looks remarkably like a perpetual check, but not more.
And the funny thing is now that the white is the one who has to do the perpetual.
That's right, yes. So Rook D1 is a dead draw, and I seriously doubt you've got anything better.
And looks like this is the only option for whites, otherwise he's actually losing.
No, Rook D8 was a nice move. Okay, Queen C5. I think it'll finish Rook D1, Queen check. You can't really play for a win here, I don't think. Your king's too bad. So, Studer, how much time has he got? He's got enough time, but it's certainly not a lot. 5 minutes or so.
And
so
I agree
be practical.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Hare Krishna does look unhappy.
Does he? Okay. Well, that's a small achievement by Studer. So this was bottom seed against top seed, and the top seed was on the ropes for a lot of the game, and yet he still nearly created winning chances. Studer had to find Bishop F6, Bishop H4, I think, in order to survive this game. He couldn't muck around and let white improve his knight. And here, play Rook D1. It would be absolutely crazy to do anything else. The white bishop can't help, so there's nothing more than perpetual. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Right now, white has no threat, I guess. But it's not as if black has anything useful to do. So what is White's threat? There isn't really anything. It means you've got a spare move, but hard to know what you do with it. Yeah, this is where you can easily sort of give an opponent a win when they absolutely don't deserve it, just by pushing too hard for the win and keeping it going. But
overestimate your chances.
Or just chase after the win you've lost. The old gamblers, I should have won this, I should have won this, so let's keep trying until it's too late.
Unuseful regrets during the game.
So...
yes.
Yeah, well, has he moved yet? Still no move.
Oh, no. He's thinking, but judging by his look, I see the disappointment in the both looks, actually. Yeah. It will be interesting to get them for the interview. See how yeah.
Unless they escape very quickly, but I think they'll talk to you. I hope they do.
Yeah, well, at least they didn't lose, so...
Yeah. And, yeah, we'll hear... And
we're expecting tomorrow one more classical round just before the blitz part.
Okay.
Yes.
Rook d2, game agreed, drawn. Okay.
Yes.
So, that is... okay, we will have an interview soon, I hope.
Yes.
But just to let you know the scores after round 4. Vincent Kamer, the 15-year-old from Germany, is leading the tournament with 18 points. Behind him is Voyasek from Poland, Radoslav Voyasek, with 16.5. Behind him is England's Michael Adams with 15. Pentala Harikrishna is only in 4th place with 14.5 points. Then we have... did David Anton go past Arkady Naiditsch? I think he did. So David Anton is on 11 here. And...
well, he won today and Arkady lost, so he should...
Yeah, so he goes to 11. Naiditsch drops down to 6th place on 10.5, which is not so great. Edouard, who lost, stays on 7. And Studer moves up to 6 points. So he's still in last place, but he's in striking distance of Romain Edouard. But once again, Vincent Kamer is leading the tournament, and that is really very, very impressive from the young man. He has played one super tournament before, in fact, a stronger tournament than this, the Grenke Classic in 2019. He suffered a lot, but he did have chances against some of the very strong players like Carlsen. But it was a real baptism of fire for him. Here he's got 4 2,700 plus opponents in this event, and of course Naiditsch, who used to be over 2,700, and yet he's got already 2 wins and a loss, and he's played three of the top seeds. So Anton is 3rd seed. He lost to Michael Adams. He still has Harikrishna and Voyasek to come. And in fact, he'll be playing Harikrishna tomorrow, which should be very, very interesting indeed. Harikrishna will be really keen to get some wins on the board, because this was one game that he felt that he could have done. Definitely felt he could and should have done better. And yet it was a strong player playing for a win in an objectively bad position, but just keeping the game alive, keeping it alive. Karpov used to do this sometimes as well, and just not believing that he's going to lose, and therefore why make a draw? That was a famous swindle he pulled off, I think, against perhaps Chom and the Hungarian player. So I think Harikrishna adopted that strategy, and he didn't lose. But because Studer defended fairly well, he also didn't win. So let's go off to the interview, and Dina, I think, is there with the players.
Yes, I think players are still in the playing hall, judging by the scene that they can see on the camera, but they are soon to be joined, and so am I. So thank you very much, Ian, for this wonderful one more day of in the office.
We're not even halfway through. It's just the beginning. There's 7 classical rounds. There's 14 blitz rounds, and well, there's a lot that can happen. But we've been very lucky with some really eventful games. The only one today that disappointed a bit was Voyasek Adams. The others, many possibilities. I must admit, Nidic did seem to get smashed, and yet there were some lines where he could have survived. It was Kamer was giving away material, but all the games apart from the Voyasek Adams games were really very unclear. So do you think, Dina, that you could even go into the playing hall and interview them now? They must be the last game going.
Yes, I will do so, which means that I will tell you goodbye for now. And
okay, and I'll throw to you as soon as you're there.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Okay, talk to you soon.
So
on a cloudy day in Biel, the young German has taken the lead, and well, so far he has won 2 games with white, and he has lost his only game with black. So can he hold back the top seed Pentala Harikrishna in the 4th round? The way he's playing, you'd definitely give him a chance. But also the way he lost to Adams, which was just a quiet positional game, is exactly the thing that Harikrishna does so well. So if Harikrishna can get a bind against him, it's going to be very difficult for Kamer to break out, and he may well try to break out a little bit early. But overall, though, Kamer will have white against Studer in the following round, so that will be a chance for him. Then he gets another right against Voyasek. So he's actually not only leading the tournament, he's very well placed. Remember, however, that after round 4, we will have a 14-round blitz tournament, so 14 points maximum up for grabs, and that could sort players out. Mind you, I don't think Kamer is a bad blitz player either, so he could actually do quite well. And then maybe older players that might drop off the pace a little bit. Although that didn't happen last year with Peter Lecco so much. Peter Lecco was the veteran in the field, and it was expected that the rapid and blitz would cause him problems, but in fact, he was still fighting for a top place even after the rapid and blitz, and didn't quite finish off his classical games the way he would have hoped. But he's having a very good fight against Magnus Carlsen at the moment, I must admit, and in the League of Legends tournament. So you may wish to cross to that after the Biel broadcast is finished. But yeah, if you want to hang around for the interview, Dina will be interviewing Harikrishna and Studer. But of course, you can also catch up with it on YouTube later. All the commentary is available on YouTube, and so if you missed anything like the Swiss debut of Juga's new single or the Magnosaurus rap of the previous day, you can see it all online at your leisure. So we haven't seen Dina yet at the stage, but these two have definitely outlasted all of the players in the COVID Open, I'd say. And yeah, we now have an arbiter, and I think maybe a masked arbiter asking the players to come over and give an interview. So they're packing up. The pieces will now be packed up, and a new set will be put for the next round. The board will be cleaned, the clock will be cleaned, the panel, the plexiglass panel will be cleaned, and the pieces that are taken away will be cleaned and used in the 5th round. And then this will be, of course, applied in the Blitz tournament, which will be much harder to organize, but they have a spare set for every game. They'll be very, very busy cleaning boards and tables in between the Blitz rounds. And yeah, we still don't know exactly what the setup will be. There will not be plexiglass between them in the Blitz. It seems to be too difficult to play extremely fast with plexiglass in the middle, and therefore there will be other precautions taken, and they haven't announced what they are. I think they've been decided and the players have agreed to them, but we haven't been informed, or it's not officially announced yet. But my guess is that there will be masks used by the players in the blitz, even though it might be a bit awkward. So the players have come down the stairs to the mezzanine area of the Congress House in Biel, which is where the studio is. So I will throw over to Dina, who will be talking to the players. So all yours, Dina. Oh. No, apparently the microphones are still getting set up, so not quite ready. And of course, the players have to decontaminate, wash their hands, and so on their way out. Use the any of the cleansers that are available. So name tags disappearing, and I think we're just about right, are we? So it's, yep, Dina, hopefully with Pentala Harikrishna and local player Noel Studer, the top seed and the bottom seed, who played a draw in the third round with Harikrishna now sitting in fourth place and Studer just behind Edouard in the cellar at the moment. So let's see, Dina, are you there? Almost is my message. Okay, so we'll have a little interlude with a Biel promo, and then we'll go to the last interview. So see you after that.
Welcome back to the live studio. Very last game for today of the round 3 has just finished in the draw between Pentala Harikrishna and
another setup so we can change it.
So we have. It's not working. Then the one we need to take this one.
Huh? Is the mic not working?
Yeah, I think it's so.
Yeah, it's out of charge.
No battery. How do we do that with the mic? What do I do with this one?
Yeah, that's a good question. Wait. Let's go with. Is it possible for you to just like do like this?
Welcome back to the live scene of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival. We have the last game for today at the round 3 that has just finished in a draw between Pentala Harikrishna and Noel Studer. Could you please show us some key moments of this game?
I think I just blundered here with this rook d5. Anyway, position is not good for me. I mean rook d5, and I don't know why I was even thinking about all this. Why can't I make a move? Yeah. No, not working. This one. Okay. Okay. It's a long way. Yeah, so I don't know, this rook d5 is just terrible. And I was calculating some really okay, I cannot make it, but the idea is bishop c4, bishop f2, king f1, and some long lines, but okay, it's completely unnecessary, and just black takes, and knight e5, white is just worse here. And okay, I can go three ways to, I mean, I can either remove the d6 bishop or b7 bishop or knight. So I just chose one, and I think the bishop c8 here is quite easy too. And then okay, actually everything black did well. I think yeah, here bishop, I saw a clear win here. No, it was here. So it's bishop d2, knight f1, queen e7, king f2, and rook e8. I think this is winning.
So was just back to sum up in the opening, was rook d5 kind of a blunder?
Yeah, it's blunder for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just, I mean, I thought like 23 minutes, and I just blundered. So, okay, here I mean, okay, still black should be much better here or winning, I don't know. But I don't know, this a5 move looks very strange because I just take the pawn, and then already some counters there. I'm not sure if I'm in danger now. But I have to be careful because, okay, it is coming. Yeah, here I didn't like in what black was doing, but okay, black is exchange up, so he can do anything, and he's still pushing. So.
Okay, so Noel?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to play fg4 and a5, yeah? I mean, just forgot to take the pawn. That's basically the whole explanation. I mean, I don't know why computer should show that it's not totally winning, but I thought just take b3 next move, and I didn't see anything, yeah? I mean, I don't know, f5, gf.
No, I have to go queen a4.
Queen a4 back, yeah? Queen b4?
Yeah, queen a4. I have to stay,
yeah.
Like when you take queen b3, I take queen a5. Otherwise, I stay with g5.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any plan, but okay, this is
Yeah.
the only. Probably that's why it just shows minus.
Yeah, and actually, how can I go back a moment? No. Okay, this is very weird. But here, where you said that you saw this first line, where was it? Ah, yeah. Yeah, actually, I wanted to play it, but suddenly, I don't know. I was afraid. Still not working, yeah, sometimes. But I was afraid of queen e7, knight f1, bishop d2, queen a1 check, king h6, queen e5. But okay, I just take. It's just totally lost, yeah. And when I played rook b8, I thought, okay, I could have just finished the game, and now, yeah, now it's pretty tough.
Rook b8, okay, I mean, it's still black is doing very well without any doubt, but at least I have something here.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably queen a5 is not needed. I don't know what to do. Maybe queen e7.
I don't know if rook b4, if I can take this pawn, yeah. But I thought knight f5, yeah.
Queen e8.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah? Knight f5, queen g5 mate. Yeah?
Yes. No, rook b4 is not the way. But I think queen e7 as well.
Yeah.
Just queen e7 and rook e8. And, somehow, if you attack on e3 pawn, I think it's good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. The game was rather long, so we'd rather leave you to get some rest.
Thank you. Thank you.
So welcome back, and we're just winding up here, but today really was Vincent Kamer's day. What do you do when someone threatens to fork your king and rook? You just completely ignore it. He played h5 in this position, sorry, it's no longer up, but yeah, have a look at the Kamer game. Terrific game. All his fans will be absolutely thrilled. Demolished Arkady Neidich, took the lead in the tournament, and he will have a great encounter with Pentala Hari Krishna in the next round, which is tomorrow. The game started at 2, and I look forward to seeing you then. So good night to everyone.